Chapter 222. The Dark Maiden. She was a very special deity because she was the only deity in the good camp among the drows. The Dark Maiden was a goddess full of melancholy and sorrow. In addition to protecting all the good drows, she also protected those drows who hoped to return to the surface world and live in peace. Most of the evil drows were burning with anger against this good goddess. But for those drows who tried to escape from the Queen of Spiders, she was a welcome ray of hope. The Dark Maiden loved beauty and peace, but she was not stingy with fighting back against those who tried to hurt her believers. Her appearance was that of a tall dark elf with smooth and soft skin, with long silver hair that flowed to her ankles. She was called Lei Feng by many people and was a very good and kind god. Unfortunately, she died. She was the daughter of the Elven King and the former Queen of Elves, the daughter of the current Queen of Spiders, but she died in the hands of her own mother. The Queen of Spiders was still the final victor. She killed her own daughter, the Dark Maiden of the past, and then took her divine power and priesthood, and thus completely unified the drows in the Underdark. There had never been a god that made Soren so afraid. The Queen of Spiders was definitely the only one. He still remembered the fear when he served this evil goddess and her various desires and needs. If the nature of a woman was fickle, then the nature of a goddess was even more fickle. No one could understand the thoughts of the Queen of Spiders. In the past, the Dark Maiden accidentally joined the Queen of Spiders' rebellion plan and was exiled by the Elven King. She protected the good drows who wanted to return to the surface. She once had many believers and followers in the Underdark. But after her fall, these people were mercilessly slaughtered by the Queen of Spiders. The Elven King tried to accept some of her believers, but there seemed to be some disputes later. The other elves could not accept these fallen ones. Anyway, in Soren's memory, the believers, priests, and followers of the Dark Maiden ended up very miserable. If they were caught by the priests of the Queen of Spiders, they would eventually experience inhumane torture or even be turned into spider demons. Soren was really surprised. He didn't expect to meet drows overseas, and they seemed to be a branch of a certain family. In order to adapt to life on the surface, they seemed to have mixed blood with humans. After hearing Soren's words, there was a trace of sadness in the eyes of the drow in front of him. He looked at Soren silently, as if he did not care about the curved sword on his neck. There were many stubborn drows because their living environment was very cruel. Perhaps because of their racial talent, male drows were good fighters, while female drows had more advantages as spellcasters. Their tradition was that only females could become priests. Even among the followers of the Dark Maiden, most of them were female priests. The man stared at Soren in silence, as if he had seen through life and death. His eyes were full of vicissitudes of life, as if he had gone through countless hardships. However, when he saw the scimitar in Soren's hand, his expression changed, and a hint of excitement appeared. "Icing death." He slowly opened his mouth and spoke in a hoarse voice in the language of the drows. This pronunciation attracted the attention of his other two companions. When they saw the curved sword in Soren's hand, they could not help but show a trace of shock on their faces, and then they knelt in front of him. The leader of the drows looked excited. He reached out and gently stroked the curved sword, then retracted his fingers as if he had been electrocuted. Then he humbly bowed his head to Soren in front of him and said, "Your Excellency is the master of icing death. Please accept my humble respect." Icing death? Soren froze for a moment, then looked at the expression of the drows. He frowned slightly as if he remembered something. It seemed that the previous owner of the legendary curved sword Icing Death was a legendary drows. He had a high reputation among the believers of the Dark Maiden. If these drows were believers of the Dark Maiden, they might really know this curved sword. But the Dark Maiden had fallen for so long. How could they still maintain their faith? These guys was really tough. Maybe they're useful to me? Soren thought for a moment. He looked at the drows in front of him and asked directly, "Where are you from? How many people are there in your tribe? Why are you here?" In the face of Soren's continuous questions, the drows in front of him hesitated, but after looking at each other, they slowly told him what had happened. It turned out that after the Dark Maiden died in the hands of her mother, the Queen of Spiders, their tribe began to flee the Underdark. Some of them were accepted by the Elven Lord God, but in the end, there were differences because they could not integrate. Another group came to the surface world and mixed with human blood, and a group of half-drows was born. For example, these drows in front of him had a quarter of human blood. This group of drows had a hard time, because they had lost the protection of the Dark Maiden. They had completely become helpless lambs. The priests of the Queen of Spiders were chasing them, and various forces on the surface were not kind to them. After all, drows were born evil creatures. Many races could not get along with them, and many elves were even hostile to them during the long struggle. In the end, they had to migrate. They moved to many places in a row, and finally found a little space to live in the desolate overseas area. However, without their god, their population was getting smaller and smaller, and their strength was getting weaker. Even if they had many excellent warriors, they might not be able to gain the upper hand when fighting against some indigenous tribes. Because they had lost their god, they had no priests, they had lost their inheritance and knowledge, and it was difficult for wizards to be born among them. The only spellcasters left were only a few warlocks. In this world, without the support of spellcasters, it was difficult to change everything just by relying on a group of excellent warriors. They lacked food, weapons, and all kinds of materials. They had not adapted to the primitive and barbaric environment, and they had no way to resist the attacks of various monsters. The three of them quietly used magic to disguise themselves as humans and came to Shipwreck Bay. They originally planned to quietly buy a batch of materials to go back and survive this difficult period, but they did not expect that they underestimated the cunning of the human gangs. They accidentally exposed themselves during the operation. The final result was needless to say. They were surrounded by enemies several times, then captured by the Seawolf. After that, they were locked in the cellar. The Seawolf probably did not know what to do with these half-drows. Sure enough, it was a history of blood and tears. If a race lost the protection of a god, it would be considered good if they didn't die out. It was almost impossible for them to live a good life. Without a god, there would be no priests, and without priests, there would be no divine spells. Without the healing divine spells, without the blessing of the temple, without a large number of spellcasters, it was almost impossible to maintain the strength of a race just by relying on the inheritance of the warlocks. The weaker they were, the less ability they had to cultivate wizards. In the end, they would probably become warriors. Spellcasters were always indispensable. Otherwise, Soren would not call them spellcasters. A race must have spellcasters in its high-end force. Their existence was as deterrent as a nuclear bomb. Could they be subdued? Soren was thinking about a question in his mind. With his understanding of the drows, he knew that these people naturally liked to obey the strong, especially when they were in a desperate situation. However, a race of drows, even if they were weak, would be stronger than him now. Since the drows were born to be stubborn, Soren could not show enough strength, and he might not be able to subdue them. He looked at the half-drows in front of him and said in a deep voice, "How many people do you have?" The drows in front of him hesitated for a moment, then said, "We have more than 800 people. More than half of them are warriors." More than 400 drow warriors? Soren's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly felt very excited because these were all warriors close to grade 3. It was normal for them to have grade 4 warriors. He thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "I will give you a cargo ship and some people. It will be filled with food, medicine, weapons, and supplies. You can take it back to your race." Surprise. Unbelievable surprise. The three drows looked at Soren with unimaginable eyes, and then knelt on the ground as if they were about to cry. They buried their heads deeply and said excitedly, "Thank you, sir. Thank you very much." It seemed that they were indeed living a hard life. The estrangement between races, the unfamiliar environment, the inability to trade with other creatures, and the complete self-sufficiency made it difficult to live in the primitive and barbaric overseas. Because there were too many dangers there. Soren looked at the drows in front of him, paused for a moment, and said, These materials should be enough for you to survive for a while, but you still need to choose your own path in the future. Without the protection of the Dark Maiden, you may not even be able to defeat the indigenous people. For some reasons, I can help you, but only this time. As for your future, it depends on your own choice. It won't take long. I will also enter the overseas islands. I hope you can give me the answer I want. Soren stood up slowly. Then he waved his hand and ordered his men to prepare a cargo ship and supplies for them. A large number of goods were stored on this island. Chapter 223. The value of the Seawolf was quite high. Although Soren only found about 7,000 or 8,000 kindler pieces, the various goods and jewels were worth 20,000 to 30,000 kindler pieces. This did not include the profits from the black market in Shipwreck Bay. If he sent someone to take over this place, the final profit would be more than 50,000 kindler pieces. Don't underestimate this wealth. Soren had risked his life many times in order to earn some kindler pieces. The polarization of wealth in this world was even more serious than in his previous life. The higher one went, the more wealth one would have. The tax of the Ming dynasty was about 3 to 5 million taels of silver a year. France only had about 800,000 gold coins a year at the same time. The tax of the principalities in this world was about the same. Perhaps some kingdoms could reach millions of kindler pieces, but it had to be a rich kingdom like Arendelle. In the Ming dynasty, it was easy to kill a few rich merchants and get years' tax. In the English and French dynasties, there were many nobles who were richer than the king. The distribution of wealth in this world was not fair at all. The money Soren earned from killing 2 groups of pirates was equivalent to a city's tax for nearly a year. This money was very useful. Although many of them were goods, there were ways to get rid of them. If it weren't for the wealth accumulated from killing the pirates, Soren would not have easily given away a ship's worth of goods. This was a very necessary investment. With the intelligence of the drows, they naturally knew what Soren wanted. However, because he was not strong enough, Soren wisely did not speak. If he spoke and the other party did not agree, it would be easy to create estrangement. It was better to get closer to them first, and then after he opened up his own situation, he could conquer them all at once. The value of these drows was amazing. Not only were they strong, but more importantly, they could be a source of faith and build the framework of a church. Because there must be a priest of the Dark Maiden among them. Without the leadership of a priest, they could not have lasted for so long. Of course, their value was more than that. Changing faith was a difficult thing. Even if they could not be the source of faith for Vivienne to fight against the Dreadlord and the demigod vampire in the future, they could also help Vivienne expand her faith and complete the framework of the church. Taking a step back, these people could even become the foundation for Soren to become a god. The Avatar Crisis was a big game of chess. Only the gods were qualified to play on the chessboard. No matter what Soren planned to do in the future, it was never wrong to get the qualification of the gods first. The Avatar Crisis was the most chaotic period, but it was definitely not the end of the chaos. After the end of this turbulent period, although a certain peace was restored in the mortal world, the battle between the gods became more and more obvious. If he and Vivienne defeated the demigod vampire and the Dreadlord, then they would have to face the gods of the upper plane and the demons of the lower plane. A new god was definitely the easiest enemy for them to deal with. Without the foundation from faith and the church, Vivienne would become a lamb in the eyes of all the demons in the future. Soren was a half-elf. These drows also had human blood in order to adapt to the surface life. If he remembered correctly, the first gods to fall during the Avatar Crisis were the god of half-elves and the god of rogues. This meant that 2 clergy areas would be vacant in the future. These 2 clergy areas were half-elves and rogues. Although these were only weak clergy areas, they could help Soren go further. In the future, it would be much easier to fight against the Dread Lord as a god than to fight against him as a mortal. The demigod vampire had succeeded in becoming a god. They had to speed up and catch up with him. These drows were all half-elves. Soren could give up his life for Vivienne. He even thought of transforming into a shadow lich. If Vivienne could not become a god to fight against the Dreadlord, then he would become a god to fight against them. After all, Vivian was not a vampire. She had been branded by the Dreadlord. The demigod vampire was a very smart guy. He actually knew to use the vampiric clergy area to make himself a god first. This undoubtedly gave Soren a little inspiration. Since the demigod vampire could use the inconspicuous vampiric domain to become a god, then it was not impossible for him to use his own half-elven bloodline as a springboard to master the half-elven clergy in the future. With the clergy, Soren would at least be in the form of a saint in the future. As long as he was in the form of a saint, Soren would have the confidence to fight against any god's incarnation of a saint. This was a very long road. Soren also had a vague direction after seeing these half-drows. The demigod vampire gave him the greatest inspiration, because if he used the half-drows as a springboard to become a god after his strength reached a certain level, then he could seek the clergy of the half-elves after the time of troubles began. In this way, the half-elves and the whole world could be used as a reserve base for him to develop his believers, and there would not be too fierce a conflict with other ancient gods. This was a very weak clergy, but for Soren, it was a very important springboard because his ultimate goal was definitely not this, because he had the divinity of slaughter. The road to becoming a god was extremely difficult, but if Soren intended to take this road, then he must plan in advance. Otherwise, he would not have so much time. This was something to be thankful for. It seemed that from the beginning to the present, all his legend points were related to slaughter, whether it was the legend of the throat cutter or other legendary events. The demigod vampire had not fallen. As a new god, as long as he did not fall, his strength was increasing day by day, and his divine power was growing day by day. Soren had opened up a situation, and he could not let the other party widen the gap between them. A day passed quickly. The pirates prepared a cargo ship and then loaded the island supplies. After a night of rest, the drows recovered a lot. Before Soren sent them away, he handed them a letter and said, "Give this letter to the leader of your tribe. Maybe she will understand what to do in the future. I'll look forward to your reply." The leader of the half-drows bowed humbly, then reached out to take the letter and put it close to his body, and said, "We are very grateful for your help, and we are willing to help you when you need it." Soren nodded gently and said, "Go. I think your tribe has been waiting for you for a long time." The three half-drows in front of him bowed again and then walked onto the cargo ship. They were undoubtedly lucky to have met Soren at the most desperate moment. Not only did they keep their lives, but they also brought back a ship's worth of goods. But this was just that. If they could not prove their value or come up with an equivalent benefit, they would no longer be able to get help from this lord. As drows from the Underdark, they knew very well that all the effort was for the sake of getting a return. Soren watched the departing cargo ship, then turned to look at Adele and said in a deep voice, "Send someone to take over the black market trade in Shipwreck Bay. We can give some of the benefits to the local forces, but the slave trade must be in our hands." Slave trade? There was a trace of doubt on Adele's face, but she had gradually begun to get used to Soren's orders. She did not ask much and was ready to arrange the manpower. A group of pirates in Shipwreck Bay had been wiped out, and Soren needed to support a group of pirates who could work for him. Since the demigod vampire could use the vampiric realm to touch fear, then Soren could naturally try to use the half-elven realm to touch slaughter. In all aspects, Soren actually had an advantage, because no matter whether he became a god or not many people would be energetic enough to run thousands of miles to kill him. This was the key to his focus on the outer islands. With more and more cards in his hands, Soren's vision became clearer and clearer. As long as he controlled the pirates, it was equivalent to holding the sea route. If they want to deal with him, they had to go through the sea first. Chapter 224. Port Tylon, Sea Temple. The Naga Siren priest stood on the high platform below the temple and looked at the news that came back. She frowned and murmured, "He defeated those pirates so quickly. It seems that we still underestimated his strength and means. We must have such a person in our hands. Otherwise, he is too dangerous. What's more, The sea goddess has not responded to my prayers recently. We must strengthen our control of the sea. Legendary professions all had the ability to dominate a region. A city had at most one or two legendary professions. Soren's rapid rise made her a little wary. She was a little worried that there would be an uncontrollable pirate force. In just a few days, Soren had unified part of the south coast. Even she couldn't do such a thing. However, there was also a trace of fear in her heart, because from the information she collected from all aspects, she found that Soren was an extremely decisive person. Such a person must not be pushed too hard. There was a moment of silence. A strange smile appeared on the Nagasiren priest's mouth, and she said slowly, "Reveal all his information to the Swamp King and inform the others not to help him secretly. His reputation has spread a little too far. To deal with such a person, we must suppress his arrogance and then draw him over. Otherwise, the stronger he is, the harder it is for us to control him. Right? Pay attention to that little girl. Maybe she'll be useful." On the roof, Lillian's petite figure sat on the roof. Her white feet were hanging outside the eaves. If others saw it, they would be shocked. After all, it was close to the height of a 3-story building, and the little girl was obviously only 8 or 9 years old. She tidied up her skirt with her white and tender hands, then looked at the sea in the distance. From time to time, she would tilt her head and play with her hair. Sometimes it was a single ponytail, and sometimes it was a double ponytail. She also pouted and said, "My hair is so short. It doesn't look good, even if I tie it up. This stupid Vivian. When can my hair reach my waist? I really want to grow up quickly." She swung her fair feet and her little head from side to side, as if she was bored. She sang in a childish voice that was out of tune. "We are bad guys. We are villains. They are afraid of us. No one will dare to bully us anymore. Bah, bah, bah. Who dares to bully me? The Witch of Terror, Lillian? Stupid Vivian." He couldn't even come up with the lyrics properly. What a useless idiot. He was tone-deaf. Just as Lillian was blaming Vivian for her poor singing, an angry Loli's voice rang in her head. "Idiot! Idiot! You're the idiot! Let me out quickly. Otherwise, if Big Brother finds out, he will definitely spank you." The little girl curled her lips playfully, revealing a sly smile as she muttered to herself, "I'm not going to let you out. I'm not going to let you out. Bite me." "I won't bite you," Vivian said weakly. "I won't be fooled again. I was fooled by you last time. I'm also in pain after biting him." "Poochie," Lillian giggled playfully. "That's why I said you're an idiot. We share the same body, so it's natural for me to feel pain for you. Do you think you won't feel pain just because I have the control?" The two of them had been together for a long time. It seemed that they had crossed swords like this many times, and there seemed to be some dark history. "I'm so bored." Lillian lay on the roof, swinging her little feet in boredom as she muttered to herself, "When will Big Brother come back? Why don't we go kill people and set fires? That's how that vampire gathered his power. Maybe we can also become gods. It's all because of you, idiot, that I woke up so late and didn't get a lot of power and knowledge. Now I can't even defeat that vampire." Vivian said weakly, "You're the one who's useless. I lent you my power last time, but you still couldn't defeat him. How can you blame me? And don't kill people. Vivian doesn't like this. They're all innocent people." Lillian curled her lips helplessly, then raised her hand to mess up her hair. Like a little loli who had gone berserk, she said frantically, "It's all your fault. I've been influenced by you after staying with you for so long. You made me weak." Vivian said stubbornly, "This isn't weakness. This is... Anyway, I don't know what this is. But it's wrong to kill people. Big Brother won't kill innocent people. He won't like you like this." Oh, this sentence seemed to have an effect on Lillian, but in the next moment, her eyes rolled and she muttered to herself, "No, that's not right. Big Brother also kills people, but he likes to kill bad people. This port is full of bad people. Let's go kill bad people too. That way, Big Brother won't be angry." The little girl flew up. Vivian seemed to be frightened and hurriedly said, "No, You're crazy. You lunatic. I'll get angry if you continue like this. Plop. Lillian, who had just flown up, suddenly fell down. Although the fall was very low, she still couldn't help but reach out to cover her little butt. She jumped up and down like an angry cat and said, "You're crazy. You're actually restricting my strength. Don't you know that we might both die from the fall?" "No. How can you restrict my strength? I'm the only one who can restrict your strength. Why are you suddenly more powerful than me? I'm the Witch of Fear. This isn't fair." Vivian's voice seemed to be a little surprised as she muttered, "I don't know either, but it seems that I can really control it." "Huh? Who told you to always call me an idiot? Let's see if you still dare to be naughty." "Oomph. Do you believe that I'll teach you how to be a good person?" Vivian was a very well-behaved little girl. But this didn't mean that she didn't have a temper. If someone slandered and looked down on Soren, she would instantly become an angry kitten. She was very smart, so her pure heart didn't mean that she knew nothing about the world. It was just that the filth she saw in the world wouldn't affect her heart. She was still kind by nature. Perhaps there were times when she was a little naughty and mischievous, but this couldn't hide her kind nature. Perhaps only when she was related to Sauron would she give up on the concept of good and evil. Otherwise, she would be a very, very nice girl most of the time. She actually didn't like killing. Compared to the unruly and willful Lillian, she was a little girl who could happily sing while cleaning the house with a broom. She didn't like reading because she would get sleepy easily, but she still felt that she should do something because she was going to be 9 years old soon. She wanted to become a little girl who could help her brother. In the end, she was actually a little evil. Brother's aura. Lillian suddenly stopped freaking out. She patted her little butt with her little hand and then ran outside like the wind. Soren's figure appeared in the distance. Big brother. The little girl's cute little face revealed a happy expression. She flew into Soren's arms, hugged his neck with her little hands, and hung herself on him. "Vivian." Soren smiled and hugged the little Vivian tightly. It was only at this moment that he revealed a sincere smile on his face. When the little girl heard the name Vivian, she was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, she returned to her senses as if nothing had happened. She curled up her petite body like a kitten in Soren's arms and said coquettishly, "Big brother. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Vivian missed you so much." At the same time, a furious voice appeared in her mind. "Lillian, don't impersonate me." Chapter 225. Vivian seemed to be a lot more lively today. In Soren's memory, Vivian had always been a quiet and obedient little girl. It was rare to see her so lively and mischievous. She would only appear occasionally when she was in a good mood. Soren didn't suspect anything, because he was a person who trusted his intuition. He could clearly feel that Vivian was still his Vivian. Perhaps it was because the two of them hadn't been this close for a long time, but he felt a trace of excitement in his heart. It was rare for him to feel a trace of warmth after a massacre. Soren reached out and stroked Vivian's little head. He lowered his head and kissed her hair. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Vivian was a little taller and heavier than before. She will be 9 years old in a month. "Oh, brother." The little girl was like a little kitten in his arms for a while. She finally calmed down, and her breathing became more relaxed. She raised her little head and pressed her cheek against Soren's cheek. She then gently rubbed against it, as if this was the only way to express her longing and attachment. However, she soon frowned and widened her eyes. She then raised her little hand and touched her red cheeks. She pouted and muttered, "So prickly. Brother, you've grown a beard." "Pa." Soren didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his hand and lightly patted her little butt. He reached out and touched his chin. He realized that he had indeed grown a beard. He rarely had a good night's sleep. Perhaps it was because he stayed up too much that his beard grew. After all, his extraordinary physique only ensured that he had enough energy. He reached out and hugged the little girl. He spun around and placed her petite body on his shoulder. Vivian let out a crisp giggle. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. She was a little girl who was easily satisfied. She would be very happy as long as he coaxed her a little. However, Just as Soren was about to bring the girl back to his residence, an inappropriate voice suddenly sounded. Sir Soren, Priest Run asked you to go to the temple. A fully armored temple guard appeared nearby and bowed slightly. Priest Rin wishes for you to go there now. Soren frowned slightly when he heard that. Vivian pouted in dissatisfaction. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold glint appeared in her eyes where Soren couldn't see. It was as if she had a murderous intent after being disturbed. If it wasn't for Soren's presence, she would have used her finger of death to get rid of this annoying guy. How dare he interrupt her time with her brother? They hadn't been together for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that she was waiting for her brother to come back, she would have already run out and started a massacre. This guy was really annoying just by looking at him. Yes. Although Soren frowned in displeasure, he still nodded gently and said, I'll be there in a while. After that, he gently put down Vivian and leaned over to her ear and said apologetically, Vivian, go back first. I'll be back in a while. Priest Aren may have some matters to discuss with me. I'll tell you some things in the evening. Although the little girl was a little unhappy, she still nodded obediently and then whispered, Yes, I'll be good at home and wait for my brother to come back. Soren smiled and touched her little head, then turned and walked toward the sea temple. Just as he turned to leave, a cold glint flashed in Vivian's eyes. She glared at the temple guard in front of her, and a faint radiance of divinity appeared around her. The temple guard's expression turned a little dazed. Then, as if he had just seen a ghost, he revealed a terrified expression. The temple guard threw away his weapon and fled in a panic. It was as if he couldn't see his surroundings at all. In the end, his head slammed into the wall, and the temple guard who was close to Tier 3 was knocked unconscious. Oomph. Lillian clapped her hands in satisfaction and said, You're lucky that you dared to disturb my reunion with my brother. If I wasn't in a good mood today, I would have directly rewarded you with a finger of death. Idiot Vivian, say something. Why are you suddenly not talking? The little girl tidied up the hem of her black princess dress, then untied the hair tie and muttered as if talking to herself. Are you mute? Didn't you look like you were going to fight me to the death? After a long while, Vivian's soft voice sounded, and she seemed to be a little depressed. I'm thinking about how we should tell my brother. Tell him what? Lillian seemed to be a little confused. Vivian's tone was a little higher, and she seemed to be hesitant. Us. You and me. How should we tell my brother? You actually pretended to be me just now. This proves that you're a little guilty in your heart. You don't dare to tell my brother that you're Lillian because you're afraid that he won't like you. You're scared. Actually, I'm a little scared too, because I don't know what we are. You remember everything I remember. I also remember everything, you know. But you're Lillian. I'm also me. I'm Vivian. At first, Lillian seemed to be about to explode when she heard this and wanted to refute, but then her expression became downcast. She gently played with her white little fingers and muttered, Who said that? I'm not worried that my brother won't like me. Who wants to pretend to be an idiot like you? I'm just worried that my brother won't be able to adapt all of a sudden. Yes, that's it. The little girl nodded fiercely, as if that was how it should be. Vivian seemed to want to laugh a little and continued. That's why I'm thinking about what we should do. This is too strange. I've read a lot of books from Sister Gloria, but there's no such situation in the books. I'm worried that we'll always be like this. In the future, you and I will be in this body. If that's the case, we have to try to get along well. Lillian was silent when she heard this. It seemed that she didn't quite understand why such a situation would happen. Vivian paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, Actually, I have an idea. Now, no one knows about our situation except for us, so I think we'd better hide it from my brother first. It's better to wait until we figure out what's going on with our bodies and then tell him. I'm worried. I'm worried that only one of us can survive in the end. You're the real son of fear. If you survive in the end, can you replace me and stay by my brother's side? Lillian, I don't actually hate you, although you're disobedient and a little willful. There was a short silence. There seemed to be a trace of moisture in Lillian's eyes, and her beautiful big eyes were a little teary. Her voice was inexplicably choked. Idiot! Idiot! What nonsense are you talking about? How can you die? I'll never let anything happen to you. You're you and I'm me. Isn't it good for us to be together? Why do you have to say such things? You're making me so sad. Vivian's weak voice sounded, oh, I'm just saying what if. Pathead, don't cry. I should be the elder sister. Come on, Lillian, be good. Call me elder sister. The choking voice was cut off. Lillian instantly jumped up like a kitten that had its hair standing on end. She said frantically, Sister, your sister? I'm the elder sister. You're the younger sister. Stupid Vivian. You're so useless. You must be the younger sister. Vivian still spoke in a weak tone, but the words that came out of her mouth made Lillian fly into a rage. Good girl. Little Lillian, don't be naughty. Call me elder sister. You woke up so late. You must be the younger sister. Frantic, Lillian was so angry that she stomped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. After a while, she calmed down and whispered, What should we do in the future? How can we hide it from my brother? He's very smart. Vivian seemed to be silent for a moment. Then, she said weakly, How about this? In the future, whenever you come out, I'll come out as well. Don't be too lawless. My brother might not be used to it in the beginning, but he'll get used to it soon. After all, we're children. Children's tempers are fickle. Let's hide it from him for now. I don't know what the future will be like. Lillian seemed to think about it seriously and muttered, Oh, it seems like I haven't grown up yet, but that's not bad. Don't mention that again. If I'm fine, you'll be fine too. At most, I'll give you a part of my divinity in the future. Although I don't really like a fool like you. But you're also quite important. And stupid Vivian. I'm the elder sister. Vivian did not seem to want to argue about this matter. Instead, she used a matter-of-fact tone and said weakly, Although I'm not as strong as you, I'm actually smarter than you. Bang! The furious Lillian kicked the door in anger and stormed into the room. She would not fall in her trap. Otherwise, that idiot Vivian would definitely test her with the spell model that made her dizzy. She was the Witch of Terror, Lillian. Why would she need to understand the spell model when casting spells? Couldn't she just raise her finger and say Bayu, 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 Boo? What a simple matter. It seemed that the two young ladies had a series of discussions and confrontations on the question of who's the idiot? Chapter 226. The Sea Temple. Soren was a little stunned when he walked to the door because he saw a special carriage. It was not that the carriage was special, but there was a tuna-like emblem on it. If he remembered correctly, according to the knowledge of this world, this should be the family emblem of a noble family. The emblem of a noble family was special and representative. Using this tuna-like emblem, the other party should be a noble family in the coastal area. This was Port Tylon. Port Tylon was a chaotic area. Although there were managers, they were definitely not nobles, and the forces behind the scenes were changing frequently. In other words, this noble could not be a local, it could only be a noble in the coastal area. But why would a noble in the coastal area come here? And to the Sea Temple, which was inclined to the evil camp. Did they believe in the sea goddess? Soren frowned and walked in. He saw a female figure praying. From a back, she was very tall and beautiful. She wore a veil on her head and had a slender waist. Because she was kneeling in front of the statue of the sea goddess, her buttocks were very large and round when she bent down. No matter from which angle, this woman was full of strong temptation. Soren's footsteps startled the other party. She stood up after hearing the sound, a pair of blue eyes staring at Soren. Then she took off her veil with a smile. She had a very charming face, and her nose was a little high, which was a characteristic of the Western nobles. Her skin was very white, and her eyelashes were very long. It looked like she was wearing false eyelashes, but in fact, she was born this way. Another iconic feature was that she had a black mole at the corner of her mouth. It was a very small and inconspicuous black mole. Coupled with her charming face, it seemed to be a little more seductive. This woman was tall, about 5 centimeters taller than Soren. It was not easy for a woman with such a height to find a husband. After all, Soren's half-elf blood was not short. She was estimated to be more than 8 meters tall. This tall woman looked very slender. She should be in her 20s, no more than 24 years old. Because of the long skirts that were popular among the nobles nearby, her chest was exposed. Her full breasts, slender waist, and round buttocks were outlined by the snow-white long skirt, which was very tempting. This kind of dress seemed to be commonly worn at aristocratic banquets because it could perfectly show a woman's curves and seduction. It was not comfortable to wear this kind of dress normally. The main reason was that the girdle was too high and affected one's breathing. People who were not used to wearing it would feel suffocated. Soren was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. It wasn't just because of her charming appearance, but more importantly, her appearance felt a little familiar. Soren had never seen this woman before, but after a few more glances, he finally understood why she looked so familiar. It was because the woman in front of him was a little similar to Adele Isabella in some of her features. The two had about 50% similarity in facial contours. Facing Soren's gaze, the noblewoman's face was slightly red. Then she gently bowed and lifted the corner of her skirt with her white hands. When she bent her knees slightly, the fullness of her chest was even more amazing. It was as if she deliberately revealed a deep ravine in front of Soren. The long skirt with a little lace was like a blooming flower. The noblewoman in front of him gently bowed and looked up with a bright smile. It seemed that her cheeks were slightly red because of Soren's handsome face. Then she turned around and walked into the back of the temple. Her name is Monica Isabella. The figure of the Nagasiren priest came out. She seemed to be very satisfied with Soren's performance at the beginning. She smiled strangely and said, "She is the daughter of Earl Colored and his only heir. She is the descendant of Queen Isabella. She has the purest noble blood. Many talented sorcerers have been born in this bloodline. Although she is just an ordinary person, she has a very rich dowry. Because her father has gradually grown old, she is in charge of the power and wealth of the entire Earl's territory. She even has a group of knights loyal to her. In the entire South Coast, she is the dream wife of countless nobles. It's because of her beauty and also because of her wealth." That's right. The Nagasiren priest looked at Soren's increasingly shocked expression. Her eyes seemed to be inexplicable. She said playfully, "She is also a chaste virgin." What the hell was going on? Even with Soren's calm state of mind, he was a little scared at this moment. After a while, Soren recovered a little. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Is this the reason why the priest asked me to come here?" It seemed that he really underestimated the influence of the Sea Temple. If the noblewoman just now really had the right to inherit the Earl's territory, then she would definitely be a first-class noble family on the South Coast. Even if their population was declining, they still had some heritage accumulated over hundreds of years. However, the Nagasiren priest in front of her was completely treating her as a trading commodity. It seemed that as long as Soren was willing, she could marry Soren. Women in this world also had the right to inherit the title. The dowry property would not be counted as the husband's family. It was a private property owned by individuals. Therefore, the status of noble women was not low. Many noble family standards for marriage were based on bloodline, dowry, status, and so on. Beauty was only a small part of it. From this point of view, the noble woman just now was really the top standard. The Nagasiren priest said that she was the target of many nobles on the South Coast, which was not an exaggeration at all. However, how could the Sea Temple control such a noble woman? Although it only affected her marriage, it also represented a strong influence. The Sea Temple's control of the coastal areas was stronger than Soren imagined. The noble woman just now must have had some kind of deal with the Sea Temple or some kind of contract. Soren didn't know what kind of agreement was reached, but he was sure that the Nagasiren priest really wanted to recruit him this time. The Nagasiren priest frowned slightly. Soren's words obviously meant that the trump card she had just used did not completely move him. This made her feel a little annoyed in her heart. She faintly felt that Soren really didn't know what was good for him. However, She still restrained herself from showing it because she had just given Soren a sweet date, and there was still a maze prepared for him. She smiled strangely and said slowly, "I really didn't expect you to have such an ability. In just a few days, you have quelled the pirates in the nearby sea." However, the Naga Siren priest paused here and said in a deep voice, "You seem to have become the target of the Swamp King. He seems to intend to kill you to consolidate his position. This is a very powerful pirate king. His men are completely different from the humans you have encountered. There are even many non-human monsters among them. If you can't defeat him, I'm afraid all your efforts will soon be in vain. Those pirates don't have much loyalty. As long as you fail once, they will betray you without hesitation. So, I want to know how you plan to deal with the Swamp King." The Naga Siren priest showed a smile as if she was gloating. If Vivian hadn't woken up, Soren would have had to ask the Sea Temple for help. However, now that he and Vivian joined forces, it was not impossible to defeat the Swamp King, one of the pirate kings. After all, Soren was very clear about the power of the Sons of Fear. They were born in the quasi-legendary realm. Vivian was now integrated with the power of the other two Sons of Fear. Her strength was definitely stronger than Soren, but she did not have enough experience to use this power. Reject the Naga Siren priest? In the future, when he needed the power of the Sea Temple, Soren could not make their relationship too stiff. Agree to her invitation? If it was not a compulsory divine contract, he could agree. Anyway, Soren did not have any faith at present. It was not impossible to hang the title of a pan-faith. After all, the sea goddess was a golden thigh that he could hug. In the end, he had a thought in his mind. That was to eat the candy and throw the cannonball back. Chapter 227. Sea Temple. Shortly after Soren left, the figure of the noblewoman also appeared. She looked up at the Naga Siren priest, who did not look very good in front of her, and said, "Is that him?" The Naga Siren priest's face was still a little ugly because she found that Soren was like a slippery loach. No matter how she tried to rope him in, it seemed that she was still lacking a little bit. Sometimes she even felt like she was punching the air, and her internal organs were faintly uncomfortable. She glanced at the charming noblewoman in front of her and said slowly, "Not necessarily. This human is too cunning. Unless he completely joins us, you are just bait in front of him. We have spent too many resources on you. Without our help, your father's territory would have been swallowed up by others. Also, pay attention to your virginity. I've noticed that this is a huge temptation for human males. Before we decide on someone who's really valuable to us, you can't get too close to any male creature. Your current task is still to continue to expand your influence. If necessary, provoke a war between the nobles on the south coast. Only war can break the inherent power blockade and let us penetrate into the human race." The noblewoman's face was a little stiff, and there was a hint of anger in her eyes, but she still nodded and said, "Yes." No matter what woman, there would be a trace of dissatisfaction in her heart when she was used as a bargaining chip. However, it seemed that her awe of the Sea Temple was very obvious, and the Sea Temple should have controlled her a lot, so she had to bow her head under such obviously humiliating words. No one knew what agreement Soren and the Naga Siren priest finally reached, but looking at the Naga Siren priest's face now, she didn't seem to have the upper hand. This made her look up to Soren. To be able to play tricks with the Sea Temple also required confidence and strength. Soren left the Sea Temple. His complexion wasn't very good either. From a moment he left the temple, his expression was ashen. He turned around and came to the port, then waved his hand to summon a pirate, and said in a deep voice, "Tell Adele to come and see me." Very soon, a red-haired female pirate in tight leather armor appeared in front of Soren. She carefully glanced at Soren's face and then said, "Your Excellency, what are your orders?" Soren glanced at her and said expressionlessly, "From today onwards, 50% of the profits of the Port Tylon route will be handed over to the Sea Temple. You will personally control the smuggling trade of the Shipwreck Bay route. You must ensure that no one else can touch this route. From now on, no matter if it's an official or private slave trade, as long as it's on the sea, We must capture it. Anyone who wants to make money from the slave trade has to get our permission. Slave trade. This was the main source of trade for the South Coast, because there were many mines near the coast, which required a lot of labor to mine. It was basically impossible to hire civilians. Everyone knew that the mine was a place of no return, so they could only find labor from criminals and slaves. In addition, the nobles in this area had many manners and economic systems, so slaves were the cheapest labor force from any perspective. Slaves, this was a common problem. Even the gods could not change the status quo. Even the slavery system was supported and affirmed by many gods. Even in Soren's memory of his previous life, the abolition of the slavery system was delayed until modern history. In this world, it was even more deeply rooted and lasted for countless years, almost to the point where it was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Most ordinary people would desire to have a manor land, and then buy and own some slaves. From then on, the slaves would be responsible for farming, and they would live a leisurely life without worrying about food and clothing. If it weren't for many kind people and some churches who hated the slavery system, it would have become rampant in the South. Yes, sir. Adele, who had long red hair, nodded and replied, I'll arrange the manpower now. Soren glanced at her silently, then said, Do you know a woman named Monica? She also has the surname Isabella like you, and is the only daughter of an earl. The red-haired female pirate was puzzled for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, Sir, the surname Isabella is distributed in the South and the West. She may be related to my mother, but because of my background, I'm unfamiliar with these people. My mother seems to have a cousin on the South Coast, who seems to have the title of Earl, but his family has long since declined. If she is the only daughter of the Earl, he should be my mother's cousin. There are only so many people with the surname Isabella near the South Coast. A declining aristocrat? It was indeed a good investment target, and also easy to control. Soren nodded gently and said, Go. Your focus is on the slave trade, and you must ensure that this line is in our hands. Adele nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, Sir, you value the slave trade so much. Are you going to use slaves to expand overseas? I'm not questioning your decision. I'm just curious and guessing. In the end, there was a hint of awe on her face. Soren's expression was a little surprised, but he didn't want to answer. He just said in a deep voice, Do your own thing. You'll know when the time comes. Slaves were the cheapest labor force, and also the easiest group of people to satisfy. They had been forced to despair by life. As long as they were given a little hope, a little right to live, a little desire for freedom, they would become a very useful card. Soren not only needed their labor force, but also needed them as a foundation. It was very difficult to transfer people from overseas. The mainland was not completely chaotic yet, and it was too risky to attract explorers and adventurers. Slaves were a key part of Soren's plan. Soren walked in the direction of his residence. Adele Isabella stayed where she was, looking in the direction Soren left in a daze. The more she knew, the more she felt that this sir had a big plan, because he easily gave up a large part of the benefits of being a pirate. A person who could give up so many benefits must be for something more valuable. What did this man want? She was actually a little excited, and she couldn't wait to know his plan. Unfortunately, she could only hide it deep in her mind. Soren returned to his residence. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a petite figure pouncing on him, and then directly hanging on his body. Vivian hugged his neck and twisted it, and said in a crisp voice, Big brother is finally back. I'm bored to death alone. Soren smiled, picked her up, and then put her on the bed. Then he sat down and said with a serious expression, Vivian, how have you been? Do you feel any discomfort? Why did you call yourself Lillian the Witch of Fear last time? The little girl's body stiffened, and then her eyes flickered, and then she whispered, I'm okay, but I remember a lot of things. Among them is the knowledge of Lillian. After that, I learned a lot of spells and became much more powerful than before. Oh, big brother, will you not like Vivian because of this? Speaking of this, the little girl's expression suddenly became a little pitiful. Soren looked at her with a little heartache. He leaned over and kissed her forehead, and then said, "Silly girl, I will always be by your side." Was it really like this? Soren's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly guessed, if I didn't come, and Soren died like this, Vivian would become Lillian. I hope I won't leave any hidden dangers for her. No, I have to find a way to kill the other sons of fear, and then completely wipe out the Fear Lord's consciousness. Otherwise, as long as his consciousness still exists, it will be an invisible hidden danger. I may be affected when I fight against the Fear Lord's consciousness, and Vivian can even fight against the Fear Lord's consciousness. Soren seemed to be thinking about something. The little girl's expression was a little unnatural, but she still sat next to him obediently. "Come here for a while." Soren seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, "Vivian, Big Brother has a way to help you check your body. It may be a little uncomfortable. Are you willing to give it a try?" The little girl's face was a little confused, but she still nodded very obediently. Soren showed a little smile. Then there was a light in his eyes. This gaze seemed to make Vivian feel a little uncomfortable, as if her whole body was exposed in front of her brother's eyes. She faintly felt a little repulsed and a little shy. A row of data appeared. "Do you want to perform a data scan on the target?" "Attention! The target is very powerful and dangerous. There may be hostility. Data scan requires 16,000 slaughter EXP. Do you want to scan?" It actually requires so much slaughter EXP, although Soren felt a little pain in his heart. After looking at the nearly 70,000 slaughter EXP he had accumulated, he still silently chose to confirm. He needed to know to what extent Vivian had been strengthened, and also needed to know if Vivian was affected by the Fear Lord's consciousness. The slaughter EXP could be earned later, and Vivian's safety was more important in Soren's eyes. Chapter 228. A series of data appeared. Soren's eyes were filled with zeros and ones. The data simulation didn't cost much for him, but it would cost a lot of slaughter EXP to calculate other people's data. He once did a rough calculation for Vivian, but at that time, Vivian had just awakened her sorcerer abilities, so the amount of slaughter EXP needed was nothing compared to now. Now, Vivian should be a legendary level spellcaster, so Soren didn't know how much data he could calculate. The jumping numbers made Soren feel a little dizzy, and Vivian also seemed to be very uncomfortable. She was like a little kitten with her hair standing on end. She reached out her little hand and grabbed the corner of his shirt, but didn't do anything else. The little girl seemed to be repulsed by this strange energy scan. If the person in front of her wasn't her brother, she would have attacked him directly. Vivian, Witch of Fear, Child of Fear, Race, Human Attributes, Strength 9, +1, Dexterity 12, +1, Constitution 16, +1, Intelligence 21, +1, Wisdom 21, +1, Charm 27, +1. Alignment, Chaotic Neutral, Class, Warlock LV10, Warlock LV8, Wizard LV7 Grade 5, HP, Ability, Unknown, Divinity, None, Divinity, None, Divinity, Minor Divinity, All Attributes +1, Domain, Fear Others. Basic Skills, Legendary Level Abilities, Legendary Level Spell Penetration, Legendary Level Spell Control, Legendary Level Spell Construct, Level 0 Spell Instant Cast, Level 1 Spell Instant Cast, Level 2 Spell Instant Cast, Level 3 Spell Instant Cast. Other abilities, Spell Control, Spell Penetration, Spell Empower, Combat Spell Casting, Silent Spell Casting, Spell Instant Cast, Flying Spell Casting. Gifted abilities, Spell Casting Genius, Divine Power Conversion, Child of Fear. Other abilities? Soren was stunned. When he saw Vivian's attributes after the simulation, he was stunned. Now, he finally understood why it took so much slaughter EXP to digitize Vivian's ability. It was because the little girl in front of him was almost invincible. Soren couldn't help but feel deeply shocked when he saw the large row of legendary abilities. No wonder Vivian didn't need to chant many spells in the past. and her casting speed was so fast that it was frightening. It turned out that she actually had so many legendary-level instant cast abilities, and it seemed to be born with minor divinity. When Soren found out that Vivian was still a human, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Dread Lord didn't have much of an effect on her. At the very least, he didn't change Vivian's race. However, Soren couldn't help but marvel at the innate abilities and specialties of the demon god's offspring. Soren spent a lot of effort to master one or two spellcasting abilities, but Vivian already had a large number of legendary-level spellcasting abilities. As long as she could exert her strength, it wouldn't be difficult for her to fight against a legendary-level wizard. Divine Sorcerer? Did Vivian automatically become a Divine Sorcerer because she awakened the bloodline of the Child of Fear? Soren couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. The Divine Sorcerer was a special sorcerer's advancement. It must be blessed by the power of the gods. Vivian, as the Child of Fear, naturally had no difficulty in advancing. However, her advancement into a Divine Sorcerer was equivalent to cutting off the possibility of advancing into a Dragon Disciple. In the future, the only way to advance was to become a Destiny Sorcerer like Princess Royal, but this advancement was very dependent on luck. Since Vivian was so powerful, it would be easier for them to defeat the Swamp King. It would be much easier for them to deal with the Swamp King. They might even be able to bypass the power of the Sea Temple. Brother, the little girl raised her head and looked at Soren, who was in a daze. She raised her little hand and shook his arm and whispered, "What's wrong? What did you see?" Soren woke up and couldn't help but smile. "Nothing. I said that my Vivian would definitely be the top sorcerer in the future. I just didn't expect you to be more exaggerated than I expected. You actually entered the legendary level in such a short time." Vivian still looked a little confused. However, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "Although I don't understand what brother is saying, it seems like you're praising me. Of course, Vivian is very powerful." Soren raised his hand and stroked the little girl's head, and then said seriously, "Vivian, I have to tell you the next thing seriously. As the Child of Fear, your future path is destined to be difficult, so we have to plan in advance. You have been smarter than other children since you were a child, so from today onwards, I will try to tell you a lot of things. But it doesn't matter if you don't understand, just remember them first. Brother will always be by your side." The little girl nodded and said, "Okay, I will remember it." "Very good." Soren smiled and said in a deep voice, "The first step now is to give you the strength to fight against the vampire god. He has mastered the vampire god's divine title and has become the incarnation of the Holy One. Now we are no match for him at all, but this is only a temporary thing. As long as you give us some time, brother can help you become a more powerful deity than him. The Dread Lord is our ultimate enemy. But now we have to solve another small problem." Soren said little by little. The little girl lay on his knee and listened carefully. Occasionally, she would ask questions. As Soren spoke more and more, her expression became more and more confused. Although she had the ability of the Child of Fear, she was only a little girl who was about to reach the age of 9. Her innate intelligence could not replace experience. There were many things that she did not understand, but she tried very hard to remember because her intuition told her that her brother's method was much better than what she thought was effective. From a moment she accepted her identity as the Child of Fear, the little girl had realized that her path would be very difficult. Their ultimate enemy was the Dread Lord, a terrible existence that had existed for a long time, had great divine power, and occupied a part of the bottomless abyss. The Child of Fear was just a chess piece that he had arranged. Now, whether it was the vampire god, Vivian, or Soren, they were all on the chessboard that he had arranged. Even if they had tried to change their fate, the most powerful part of the power was still in the hands of the Dreadlord. So far, only the Church of the Dreadlord in the material plane had taken action. As the Dreadlord with great divine power in the bottomless abyss, he still had a large number of believers in the abyss. Because the time of troubles had not officially started yet, there were only a few demons in the abyss who could enter the material plane. But once the Avatar crisis started, the balance between the planes would gradually be broken. A large number of plane gaps and the inability of the gods to interfere with the balance would strengthen the connections between the various planes. At that time, not only the bottomless abyss and the Bator Inferno, but even the connection between the four elemental planes and the material plane would become very close. In Soren's memory, there were even events where astral world creatures appeared in the material plane. At that time, that was the time when the power that the Dread Lord had accumulated for thousands of years in the abyss would explode. The Throne of Fear was not just a simple space. It also represented a kingdom created by a great divine power, as well as the believers and forces that he had developed over a long period of time. The material plane was just an extension of the Church of Fear. In history, many gods tenaciously held on for a period of time after the destruction of the church in the material plane. This was the foundation that they had accumulated over a long period of time. The material plane was the foundation of everything. Most of the petitioners of the kingdom of the gods in the heavenly realm came from the material plane. The kingdom controlled by the Abyss Lord was also based on the souls of the believers in the material plane. Soren saw further than others. Chapter 229. The cold sea breeze blew in their faces. It was now the coldest period of the year, and the temperature would gradually warm up after February next year. Soren brought Vivian to the pirate ship. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that Vivian was a little quieter today than yesterday. The little girl obediently held his finger with her small hand, and from time to time, she would raise her little head and look at him with a sweet smile. This reminded Soren of the time in Amber City. At that time, Vivian liked to hold his finger like this. There were already many fierce-looking pirates gathered on the pirate ship, and they couldn't help but be surprised by the sudden appearance of the little girl. However, no one dared to ask anything. The Lord in front of them scared them out of their wits. Throughout the shipwreck bay, the reputation of the throat cutter was spreading far and wide. Perhaps it was because she had experienced a lot along the way. The little girl was now very calm when she looked at these fierce pirates. Occasionally, she would curiously look at the tattoos on their bodies. Pirates preferred tattoos because sometimes they might not even be able to distinguish the body after death, so tattoos became a symbol of identity. The warship soon left Port Tylon, and Soren did not specify the destination. He just asked them to move in the direction of the deep sea. This undoubtedly made people feel puzzled, but everyone obeyed obediently. "Brother." Vivian stood on the deck and looked at the sea. The sea breeze blew her beautiful long hair. She smiled sweetly at Soren and said, "Can I fish?" Soren's expression was very calm. He smiled and said casually, "Yes, but it's easy to encounter sharks when fishing in this area." "Okay." The little girl's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands and said, "I want to catch a great white shark." Soren was stunned. Then he ordered the others to bring iron hooks. Naturally, they could not use ordinary methods to deal with sharks. They had to use the smell of blood to lure them over. Fishing rods could not be dropped at all. They had to use other fishing tools, which this pirate ship did not have. But for Soren, getting a shark was a piece of cake. He hung a piece of meat on the hook and whispered, "Why is Vivian wearing a white dress today?" The little girl looked at Soren with great interest. Then, she smiled sweetly and twirled around like a cute little princess. "Vivian's two favorite dresses. One is white, and the other is black. Do they look good on you, brother?" "Yes." Soren nodded with a smile. The little girl blinked her eyes and smiled. Her expression seemed a little strange, and then she looked at the sea as if nothing had happened. The pirate ship continued to sail. When they passed by a sea area, he ordered them to stop for a while and then looked at the bottom of the sea. Then, they continued to sail and approached the more dangerous areas in the deep sea. The other pirates were obviously a little worried. They seemed to be afraid of encountering sea monsters, but they did not dare to disobey Soren's order. They just showed a little worried look on their faces. There were many sea monsters on the deep-sea route. At the same time, there were also other sea races. This was why the fleet had to pray for the blessings of the gods before sailing. Otherwise, They could only use powerful sea monsters as a sacrifice. Northern Tower. A woman with a beautiful face came to one of the many towers erected in the north. This was a very old wizard tower. It had existed for a long time, longer than many cities in the north. It was also the only wizard tower that was well preserved since the Arcane Empire. The whole wizard tower was covered by a special energy field. Ordinary people would not want to get close to it at all. They could not even see it with their naked eyes. The beautiful woman knelt in front of the tower and humbly lowered her head. Then a faint sigh was heard. Then the door of the tower slowly opened. The beautiful woman's face showed a hint of surprise, and then she quickly walked into the tower. At the top of the tower, an old woman was sitting on the astrology platform. Her hair was snow white, and the most eye-catching thing about her was her pupils. They were almost completely white, and it was impossible to distinguish between the white of her eyes and the outline of her pupils. She raised her head and looked at the beautiful woman who came out from behind the door. She could not help but sigh softly and said slowly, "Corinne, haven't you given up yet?" The beautiful woman humbly lowered her head and said, "Your Excellency, Eye of the North, I really don't want to." The old witch shook her head gently and sighed. "With your talent, if you were not obsessed with power outside of yourself, I'm afraid you would have already entered the realm of legends. I banished you to Whitron in the hope that you would wake up soon and take over my position one day. But I didn't expect you to not give up after so many years. Your daughter is about to surpass you, but you're still in the same place. You really disappoint me." The beautiful woman's face showed a trace of unwillingness and murmured, "I really don't want to. I don't want to give up. You said that as long as I could study this knowledge, I could master the power of the Arcane Empire. In order to study its mystery, I've already lost my daughter, sacrificed my most beautiful years. I'm about to lose everything. How can I give up on it?" The Eye of the North sighed and said slowly, "Even if you study it, what can you do? How powerful was the Arcane Empire in the past? If those great arcanists were not obsessed with power and knowledge, how could it lead to the destruction of the huge Arcane Empire? They had destroyed themselves, and in their madness, they had attempted to encroach upon those forbidden domains. You have lost your way in power. I only see destruction and destruction in you. Even if you study it in the end, it will only bring you destruction." The beautiful woman bit her lips and said with a pale face, "Is this the fate that you saw? Is that why you no longer support my research? You even banished me to Whitron?" The Eye of the North did not speak, but there was a trace of pity in her eyes. Why? Drops of tears fell, and the beautiful woman in front of her actually cried. This was an extremely rare situation. She stood up angrily and said in a sharp voice, "Why? Since you have already divined my fate, why are you only telling me now?" The Eye of the North did not answer, but lowered her head in loneliness. The beautiful woman looked at her coldly, then turned and walked out of the wizard tower. She said in a cold voice, "You also desire that power, don't you? You know that I can't succeed, but you still want to solve this mystery for me. I won't give up. If fate wants me to be destroyed, then let me welcome it." The seductive woman opened her mouth and chanted a forbidden language. Then her skin began to change. It turned from white to dark green, and then back to a strange pale color. The Eye of the North's face showed a trace of shock, and then murmured, "You actually already?" The beautiful woman looked at her coldly and slowly said, "Yes. Since I am already regarded as evil and destined to fall into the abyss of hell after death, then what does it matter if I become like this a step earlier?" She turned and prepared to leave. But at this time, the Eye of the North suddenly opened her mouth and told a story. Legend has it that before the birth of the twins of destiny, everyone's fate was controlled by the goddess of luck. When every life was born, she would toss the coin of fate that represented their future luck. Some people were heads, while others were tails. But there was a very special kind of person. When the goddess of luck threw up the coin of destiny, the coin would stand up. Even the gods could not control the fate of this kind of person. In terms of fate, they were more free than the gods. Fate is changing all the time. The Eye of the North only saw a corner of it. If you really don't want to give up, then go and find this kind of person. If you can get his help, your fate will also change. As for success or failure in the end, no one knows. The beautiful woman's eyes eased a little. She bowed slightly and then left. Chapter 230. There were stars in the night sky. For some reason, the stars in the sky began to dim recently, which made many people feel worried. Because the stars in this world represented the gods, and the kingdoms of the gods were connected to the astral world, and then the light of the stars was reflected back to the material plane. The whole multiverse could be connected by the astral world. If one or two stars were dim, it might be a battle between the gods, but now all the stars had become dim, which made people feel a little panic. But now, those who could notice this were special existences, and ordinary people still live their original lives. Your Excellency, the first mate of the pirate ship came over. His expression was a little nervous and whispered, "We have entered the deep sea area. This is the territory of the Swamp King. I am worried that he will attack us because we entered his sea area." Soren looked at him coldly, then said, "Continue sailing." The first mate was obviously startled by his gaze, and then immediately ordered the others to continue sailing, while silently praying that they would not encounter the pirate ship of the Swamp King. This was a pirate king that had existed for a long time. With their strength, it was impossible for them to be the opponent of the Swamp King, not to mention that it was rumored that its subordinates were a group of monsters. "There's a ship," the lookout in the night suddenly exclaimed, and then shouted, "There's a ship nearby. It's a pirate ship. 3 ships. No, it's 5 ships. Ah, it's the Swamp King. It's surrounding us." The deck was in a panic. Soren narrowed his eyes at this moment, glanced at Vivian next to him, and whispered, "It finally appeared." The purpose of his trip was to lure the Swamp King out. Passively taking a beating was not Soren's habit, not to mention that he now had several cards in his hand. If he killed the Swamp King, he would completely open the route to the outer islands, and at the same time, he would be qualified to become the new Pirate King. Although the South Coast was only a corner of the world, this corner was tantamount to stepping on a step and officially having the qualifications to compete with the major forces of the gods. "Prepare for battle." Soren let out a low roar. His voice startled the other pirates, and they began to move in a panic. It seemed like the prestige he had accumulated over the past period of time was working well. He was able to keep them from breaking down. The legend of the Pirate King spread throughout the South Coast. They were not ordinary people. If they were not monsters, they were hybrid creatures or legendary professions. Ordinary pirates did not even have the courage to fight with them. "Vivian." Soren glanced at the slightly nervous little girl beside him. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but after a few seconds, the little girl's expression returned to normal. There was even an excited smile on her face, as if she couldn't wait for the enemy to appear. Her petite body floated into the air as she chuckled. "Don't worry, big brother. Leave this trash to me." Boom, 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 boom. Continuous sounds of cannon sounded. The sea around the pirate ship was shot up with waves several feet high. Only one of the cannonballs hit the hull, but it only grazed the deck. The pirates were still very chaotic. These guys were not good at commanding. The lookout had already climbed down, and someone nearby shouted in horror, "In the sea! There are monsters in the sea!" Soren's pupils shrank slightly. He glanced at the surrounding sea and suddenly issued an order. Immediately, then, he saw a dense fog appear in the surrounding sea. Not far from Soren, on a huge dragon-headed warship, the Swamp King had a cruel smile on his face. He was a hybrid giant monster. He was half swamp giant and half lizard, so he looked like a giant lizard monster. While maintaining his human form, he also had a lot of scales on his body. It was surrounded by a group of strange-looking lizard men, as well as an unrecognizable sea creature. The deep-sea demon, Dagon, liked to taint the bloodline to cultivate believers. So many of his subordinates were strange creatures. However, these creatures were very dangerous. Just a bunch of useless trash. The Swamp King picked up the heavy anchor. This was the weapon he used. His body was so strong because of the power of the Demon Lord, and he also had a part of the demon bloodline. The strength of the giant subspecies, the agility and defense bonus of the lizard people, and the skin and resistance bonus brought by the demon bloodline. Even if he didn't wear any armor, he still had the same defense as the scales. The weapon it used was an incomparably heavy anchor. This weapon had a crushing effect against any warrior. The entire south coast, even the top royal Naga guards in the Naga clan, didn't dare to take a direct attack in front of him. He was a fallen warrior. However, he didn't have the ability to cast spells. He had special combat skills, and, at the same time, he could use some of the demon spell-like abilities. This was a very dangerous enemy. The only weakness was that he was crazy. He inherited the chaos and evil of the demons. Killing would make him even crazier. Even his subordinates always kept a distance from him, because when the terrible weapon was wielded, it had also killed a lot of his subordinates. Lizard people, go to the sea. The Swamp King was not a reckless man without tactics. He looked at the strange fog and said in a deep voice, "Release the Devil Ray and the Deep Sea Lurker." These were the offspring of the Deep Sea Demon Lord, Dagon. Of course, they were not the kind with divinity. They were just a kind of mutated sea demon monster. The Swamp King could control some of these monsters and make them listen to his orders. Accompanied by the sound of jumping into the sea, the lizard people sneered and dived into the sea. They were amphibians and had adapted to the environment of the sea. These lizard people, who were stronger than the inland, were the important subordinates of the Swamp King. Among them, there were also his own offspring. Although in order to reproduce these offspring, he had changed many lizard people's spouses. Co-fishmen. The Swamp King glanced at the other battlefield and said in a deep voice, "Why don't these trash attack? Aren't they afraid that I will eat them after killing those clowns?" This pirate king liked to eat living things, including intelligent creatures. Ah. There was a scream, but it was not from the pirate ship on the opposite side. It was from the lizard people that he had just sent. One of the lizard people trembled and climbed up from the sea. He climbed along the hull to the deck and said, "Below. There's something below. Monster. What kind of monster is there?" A monster that could scare them like this naturally wouldn't be that simple. On the other side, Soren's ship was also a group of frightened pirates. From time to time, someone shouted, "Lizard people! It's the lizard people! Ah, co-fishmen! Be careful! They're close! What is this?" There was a sound of teeth chattering. Suddenly, the sea next to the pirate ship separated from both sides, and then a dark mast rushed out from the bottom of the sea. In an instant, a warship full of death aura appeared on the right side of Soren, covering some of the attacks on the side. Some creatures that were even uglier and weirder than the lizardmen appeared. Their bodies were covered with algae and death aura. They attacked the pirate ships in all directions. At the same time, they sank a warship in the midst of the muffled sound of cannons. Ghost ship. The pirates on the deck were stunned for a moment. When they found that the ghost ship was attacking the enemy, they all looked at Soren. Soren nodded slightly, then picked up Vivian and landed on the ghost ship opposite. There was a burst of cheers. The chief mate's face was flushed red, and his eyes were full of uncontrollable excitement. He roared at the other pirates, "Get ready to fight. Get ready to fight back. You bunch of trash. Destroy them. From today onwards, we're the most powerful pirates in this sea area. Your Excellency will be the new pirate king." Chapter 231. Pirate King. What inspiring title. If Soren defeated the Swamp King, then he would be the new pirate king. In the future, this sea area would be his territory. Many of them would be promoted, and in the future, some of them would even be able to lead a pirate ship alone. They were not a group of people who were afraid of death. On the contrary, pirates were a very fierce group of people, but they would not fight a battle without hope of victory. Now, they had a ghost ship as a helper. They had been on the sea for a long time and knew very well how powerful the legendary ghost ship was. This battle was hard to determine, but as long as they won, they would be the most powerful pirates in this sea area. Wealth, status, power. In the future, some of them might reach the level of sea wolf, narwhal, killer whale, and become a pirate leader, as long as they still obeyed the orders of the pirate King Soren. Bursts of gunfire sounded. The appearance of the ghost ship made these pirates brave. Although their combat power was not as good as the enemy, they also began to launch counterattacks to kill the monsters close to them. On the other side, Soren had begun to control the ghost ship. This ship was part of his deal with the Naga Siren priest. There were many enemies on all sides. As a pirate king who had been dominating for a long time, the Swamp King naturally had more than a few men. The number of enemies was still several times that of Soren, and it did not include the monsters hidden in the sea. This was not an easy battle because the battle between them had just begun. Soren stopped Vivian, who wanted to kill, and said in a deep voice, "Save your spell slots. Spellcasters must not use up their spells in battle. You must only make a move at the critical moment." Vivian had a lot of spells, but this battle did not require her to fight alone, and Soren was not at ease to let her face too dangerous a battle. After all, her spell slots were not enough to completely crush so many enemies. Animated cable. Boomerang. Soren ordered the undead under his command to fire continuously. At the same time, he controlled the Spectre ship's ropes and tied up all the Cove fishmen that approached. Then, he pulled out his scimitar and killed them one by one. The most powerful feature of the Spectre ship was these animated ropes. They flew out like poisonous snakes and dragged the enemies in their attack range directly. The Spectre ship had a very strong harvesting ability. With Soren's help, Slaughter EXP would skyrocket. He had accumulated a lot of Slaughter EXP. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to achieve a breakthrough in his specialty, he would have already leveled up his profession. But for now, he had to wait. Soren's combat abilities were on the verge of a breakthrough, so he had to be patient in order to achieve the best results. What is that? Not far away, a pirate's shout could be heard. Then, a trace of movement could be seen in the distant sea. Then, the silhouettes of sharks rapidly approached. Incomparably strong sharkmen appeared nearby. They rode on huge tiger sharks and roared. Then, many sharkmen dove into the sea and joined the battle against the Swamp King. Finally, there are reinforcements. Soren's frowned brows relaxed a little. He then looked into the distance and murmured, "Where are the Nagas? The sharkmen can't deal with these pirates." There were some monsters with tentacles in the sea. They looked a bit like mutated octopuses. These large monsters fought with the sharks in the sea. Suddenly, blood spread on the sea surface. More and more enemies joined the battle. Many non-racial creatures controlled by the Swamp King began to approach. At the same time, human voices came from afar. The Swamp King had a lot of followers. These people were notorious criminals or people that other pirates could not tolerate. Their combat power was stronger than ordinary pirates, but they were also more cruel and dangerous. Damn it! Soren looked around and frowned. Why didn't the Naga reinforcements appear? Where's the other force promised by the Naga Siren priest? Where's the pirate king trained by the Naga Siren? Won't he also join the battle? Soren's eyes were full of anger. It was not that he did not have the confidence to defeat the Swamp King, but the feeling of being played and betrayed made him feel indignant. Vivian's eyes seemed to have a suppressed desire to fight. She stuck out her little tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. She said with a strange voice, "Brother, there's a big monster over there. Let's go and kill it." At this moment, Soren was angry because the Naga reinforcements did not come. He did not notice the little girl's strangeness. In fact, the eyes of the 9-year-old girl in front of him were already filled with a faint blood-red light. Her expression was quite strange, as if the current scene made her excited and happy. She took a deep breath, as if she was very satisfied with the smell of blood. Then, her little body flew up. "Lillian, don't be impulsive." Another voice sounded in the little girl's mind, anxiously saying, "You will be exposed. Wait a minute. You must learn to restrain yourself." The little girl landed back on the deck. She seemed to kick her shoes in dissatisfaction and muttered, "So annoying. I can't even go on a killing spree. I really want to kill all these trash." Sea Temple. A seawater mirror rose in front of the Naga Siren priest, and the scene of the battle appeared in the mirror. The perspective was centered on the ghost ship. Her face was very pale, and she roared angrily. "Where is Ashrad? Why didn't he join the battle?" The angry roar caused the seawater in the temple to churn. The eyes of the Naga Siren priest were filled with uncontrollable killing intent and anger, because she knew that everything she had done at the beginning was in vain. She spent so much effort to win over Soren, but at this most critical moment, the pirate king Ashrad, who was one of the most important reinforcements, did not join the battlefield. This was undoubtedly a betrayal to Soren. All the agreements and roping in at the beginning had become a joke. The Naga Siren priest was sure that Soren was absolutely dissatisfied with her attitude, because at this most critical moment, the reinforcements she promised were not there at all. She was angry. Very angry. The Naga Siren priest was so angry that she roared, "Damn bastard! Ashrad, you're a dog raised by the royal family. How dare you disobey the orders of the temple? I must punish you. I will definitely kill you." It was too late. Even she did not expect that one of the 3 pirate kings, Ashrad, would betray her. Now she could only hope that Soren could defeat the Swamp King. Otherwise, not only would she lose a target, but the Sharkmen under the control of the Sea Temple would also suffer heavy losses. And all of this was caused by that damned Ashrad. Her heart was full of killing intent. Not only for Ashrad, one of the 3 pirate kings, but also for the Naga Siren royal family behind him. On another sea, a huge siren warship was sailing. Standing on the bow was a tall man with scales on the side of his face. He sneered and looked at the sea in the distance and whispered, "That idiot priest. Does she think I will obey orders so easily? Does she want to support another guy to replace me? Or does she want to completely control the power of the sea? How could he be willing to help a stranger deal with the Swamp King?" As long as the Swamp King was defeated, it meant that there would be a new pirate king on the south coast, which was a challenge to his power. Only that idiot priest would think that everything is under her control. Ashrad laughed, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. The sea goddess had not responded to the prayers of her believers for a long time. The silence of the gods was an opportunity for many people. On the siren warship, a Naga siren guard looked into the distance and said, "Ashrad, what are you going to do? How dare you disobey the orders of the priest? Aren't you afraid that she will punish you?" Chapter 232. Ashrad showed a playful smile and said in a deep voice, "How can I disobey the orders of the Naga Siren priest? I'm going to Devil Island now, to take down the Swamp King's lair in one fell swoop. There's a lot of wealth in it. This wealth can further strengthen our strength. Isn't this also weakening the opponent's strength? Don't worry. They have the ghost ship as their backing and the help of the Sharkmen. They should not be defeated so quickly. When we take down Devil Island, we will come back to help them." A cruel smile appeared on Ashrad's face. Because he had foreseen the death of the throat cutter, he had long been dissatisfied with this new character. How could he allow such a person to be on par with him? Now that the Swamp King had gone all out, Devil Island must be empty. When he took down Devil Island and took the wealth for himself, he could turn around and deal with the Swamp King who had suffered heavy losses. He was not the opponent of the Swamp King in a head-on confrontation, but he was very confident in dealing with the Swamp King who had suffered heavy losses. After all, there was a quasi-legendary ghost ship there. Even the Swamp King would not be able to take it down so easily. At that time, he not only got the wealth of Devil Island, but also killed the Swamp King. For the entire Sea Temple, he had made great contributions. At that time, the Naga Siren priest did not dare to punish him at all. On the contrary, she had to swallow the bitter fruit to commend him. Ashrad squinted his eyes and looked into the distance and murmured, "It's time to let that idiot priest suffer a little. Otherwise, she will look down on me more and more." It was a chaotic slaughter. There were not many tactics to speak of in a naval battle of this scale, let alone when it was close to night. The appearance of the Sharkmen greatly reduced the pressure on Soren, but it was impossible to defeat the Swamp King's men with just a group of sharks and Sharkmen. Soren's face was very gloomy because he was sure that he had been played. He just didn't know if this was the arrangement of the Nagasiren priest, or another pirate king wanted to take this opportunity to kill him in the hands of the Swamp King. The possibility of everything being arranged by the Nagasiren priest was not high. After all, both the ghost ship and the Sharkmen appeared. It was very likely that the pirate king did not want to see him rise. No matter what, this matter wouldn't end so easily. Soren's eyes were filled with killing intent. Advance! Soren ordered the Spectre ship to move forward at full speed. At the same time, he pulled out 2 scimitars and said in a deep voice, "Vivian, prepare for battle. Remember to protect yourself. We must kill the Swamp King." A cruel smile appeared in the little girl's eyes, but it was concealed by the darkness of the night. She said in a clear, childish voice, "Big brother, let's kill these annoying bastards. Haste!" Advanced magic weapon, dragon strength. A series of spells appeared. Some of them were cast on Vivian, while the others were cast on Soren. The little girl's spell-casting speed was extremely fast. In just a few moments, she had cast a series of spells. The knowledge that Gloria had taught her was starting to come into effect. She had cast multiple spells on Soren at the same time. The 2 figures flew up into the air. A series of data appeared in Soren's eyes. Receive the effect of haste. Your movement speed has increased. Your attack speed has increased. Receive the effect of advanced magic weapon. Your scimitar +1 has gained the ability to enchant. Your weapon has additional energy damage. Receive the effect of dragon strength. You have an additional 5 points of strength, 5 points of constitution, and 5 points of charm. Your basic defense has increased by 4 points of dragon skin. You are immune to any sleeping and paralyzing effects. This was the strength of a high-grade spellcaster. Vivian obviously knew that it was not enough to deal with these enemies with spells alone. Because the number of enemies was quite large, casting spells one by one would not kill many even if she used up all her spell slots. The real lethality in the battle was still the close combat professions. The more powerful the enemy, the more the spellcaster's position was not to cause damage, unless she was confident that she could directly kill the enemy with an instant death spell, such as Finger of Death or Banshee's Howl. Soren's combat power was simply off the charts. Vivian's dragon strength buff directly provided him with 15 points of attribute bonus. With haste and a high-grade enchanted weapon, Soren's combat power almost immediately reached the state of transforming into a slaughter. If he still transformed into slaughter in this situation, even if the enemy was above legendary, he was very confident that he could kill them. Sword of Annihilation. The little girl's next spell made Soren's eyelids twitch. He only saw the little girl reach out to the void, and then a crack appeared in the space in front of her, as if it was cut. She raised her white little hand and pulled out a black sword. It was not a physical weapon, but a distortion of space. Vivian waved it gently, as if she was not used to it. She could not help but pout and said, "Sure enough, I still don't like using swords. Brother, I've learned combat skills." A black ray of light streaked across the sky. Vivian instantly slashed at a nearby lizard man, and the opponent's weapon directly turned into powder. Then the armor on his body turned into powder, and finally the whole person turned into powder. It was as if the enemy was hit by disintegrate, and the whole person was directly disintegrated. This is a legendary spell. Soren could not help but gulp, and then his figure flew out, waving his 2 swords and turning into a cold light, blocking the flying arrows. Vivian's sword seemed to have attracted a lot of attention, and many of the long-range enemies targeted her. Clang! 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 Soren actually swung his swords to deflect nearly 80% of the arrows. He was now fast enough to block the long-range attacks with his swords. Some of the arrows fell on Soren's body, and then were blocked by stone skin. The other arrows fell on Vivian's body, but when they came within a foot of her, they fell down. She had an invisible energy barrier around herself. As if angry because of the enemy's attack, Vivian raised her white fingers, and without chanting, a series of spells flew out. Fireball, Flame Arrow, Acid Arrow, Arcane Missile, Web, Grease. Dazzling spells crazily poured out, and one of the warships directly turned into a sea of fire. The little girl actually threw out more than 10 spells in one breath, and a large number of enemies were instantly killed. If it was not for the special substance that Grease summoned that could not be burned, perhaps the combination of Grease and Fireball would have been enough to burn the warship. P.S. It is said that Grease can be used together with Gigantification to lubricate. It can only be burned by a Grade 2 variant spell. The power of a spellcaster was vividly reflected at this moment. Soren was still slashing the enemies one by one, and Vivian had already sunk a pirate ship with a sky full of spells in one breath. Oh, the little girl took back her white fingers, curled her lips, and picked up the sword of annihilation again. She muttered, "Low-level spell slots are used up so quickly. I was just having fun." A light of dispelling spells appeared, and it seemed that there were spellcasters among the enemies. The little girl could not help but frown. After a little glance, she directly threw an area of effect spell. Cloud of Death. A strange smoke appeared, and all the creatures in the area felt suffocated, and then some died in an instant because they could not withstand the poison of this spell. Some of the enemies with strong constitution reacted, rushed out of the area of Cloud of Death, and then all jumped into the sea. The guy who started the spell did not have time to continue casting and died directly inside. It seemed that his constitution was not high. Within the area of effect of the Death Cloud spell, he actually couldn't even cast focus and was directly trapped within. For any profession, constitution was a very important attribute. Rumble. There was a muffled sound, and then a huge dragon-headed warship appeared. The outside was wrapped in heavy iron sheets, which did not seem to be a simple alchemy craft. On this huge and strange dragon-headed warship stood a 4 or 5 meter tall giant. It held a heavy anchor in one hand and looked at Soren in front of it with eyes full of madness and killing intent. The Swamp King, a hybrid monster of lizard man and swamp giant. Chapter 233. Soren was paying attention to Vivian's situation while fighting. Although he knew that Vivian might be stronger than him, he still felt uneasy. From time to time, he would pay attention to the little girl. At first, her fighting style made Soren frown because the little girl threw out spells like a swarm of bees, relying on her strong spellcasting ability and spell power to crush the enemy. But then, her fighting style changed again. After using the Death Cloud skill, her fighting skills began to become remarkable. Soren thought that the little girl had quickly mastered the fighting skills, but he did not know that the control of the body had been exchanged several times in just a short time. For a certain lawless little troublemaker, of course, spells only needed to be but the battle was still going on. With a slight collision, a huge dragon-headed warship appeared near the Spectre ship. Many lizardmen hybrids, who were obviously much stronger, appeared and fought with the undrowned on the dead man's voice. There seemed to be some weird-looking lizardmen priests among them. They quickly chanted a strange demonic language, then raised their hands to cast a spell. Dispel the undead. This was the basic ability of a priest. Any god would give a priest this ability. Dispel the undead had different effects according to the priest's strength. It may directly kill the undead, or it may frighten the undead, or it may cause them to suffer a lot of damage. The undead were all special types of binding spirits. The priest's profession level was not high enough, so he could only cause a little damage to them. However, there were still some weak wraiths that were killed and dispelled. Dispel the undead could be used continuously. Soren naturally would not give the priest a chance to cast it again. He immediately activated his ability. Greater invisibility. Transform into slaughter. Soren's figure gradually disappeared, and then appeared behind an enemy in an instant. At the same time, His curved sword pierced into the heart of a mixed-blood lizard man. It was obvious that the enemies were experienced in battle. They began to shrink their formation to protect the spellcasters. They gathered in a certain area, preventing Soren from approaching. There seemed to be a mix of pirates and fishmen among them. They could even vaguely see Soren moving at high speed. But even so, they couldn't stop Soren from approaching. Berserk Charm. A strange light flashed in Soren's eyes. This was the first time the legendary cloak, Mo's Sorrow, was activated in battle. The mixed-blood warrior in front of him was obviously confused for a moment before he swung his sword at the priest who was casting spells rapidly. Not only did this slash interrupt the priest's spell, but it also cut off half of his palm. The hybrid warrior, who was under the control of the charm spell, attacked indiscriminately, injuring many of his companions in one breath, causing chaos in the surroundings. Evade sight. Shadow jump. Soren was still quite wary of spellcasters. His figure disappeared in place, and then directly appeared from the distorted shadows. In an instant, he killed the priest who was close to grade 3. Because the enemy couldn't see Soren's position clearly, their vision was confused by greater invisibility. So unless it was an area of effect spell, it would be difficult for them to target Soren. A cold light flashed. Because of the Berserk Charm effect, the mixed-blood warriors who attacked their companions repeatedly made miraculous contributions. Soren killed 7 or 8 enemies without much effort. At this time, the hybrid warrior who was under the effect of the charm spell was also seriously injured. Soren directly swung his sword and cut off his head. It was at this time that the figure of the Swamp King appeared. Although Soren had never seen it before, he recognized it at first sight. Finger of Death. Vivian was faster than Soren. The little girl raised her hand and shot out a dark red light. The Swamp King was hit, but its figure only shook a little. Then, it patted its chest as if nothing happened and opened its mouth to let out an angry roar. Soren shook his head secretly. Vivian's combat experience was still very little. Against such a legendary warrior, their resistance was simply too high. Without absolute suppression of spell power, death spells would not have much effect on them. Sure enough, the Swamp King didn't care much at all. Its natural spell resistance was extremely high, and at the same time, it had the bonus of blasphemy after the demon's fall. Any death spells would have little effect on it. Blasphemy Aura. Blasphemy words. An evil energy field spread out. The Swamp King opened its mouth and let out a blasphemy language. This language seemed to have a special magic power. When Soren heard it, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. At the same time, a large number of data jumped out. Affected by Blasphemy Aura? The target is an evil creature that has held a blasphemy ceremony. Within the range of Blasphemy Aura, all your resistance is reduced by 2. Affected by blasphemy words. Force test level triggered. Testable passed. You successfully resisted the shock status. Even though Soren quickly came back to his senses, he was still half a second late. At this time, the Swamp King had already swung a huge anchor over. Soren didn't even have a chance to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and block the attack with his 2 swords. Bang! Soren's figure flew out. Even if he had become a slaughterer and gained the buff of draconic strength, his strength had reached an amazing 25 points. But in the end, he was still hit by the Swamp King. Soren's figure broke the wooden fence. When he landed, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he suddenly bounced up. Rumble! The huge anchor was thrown out by the Swamp King. It turned out that the anchor was also connected to its body by a chain, but because of its size, it wasn't that obvious. Sure enough, I can't fight against a giant creature. Soren gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood back. His figure landed on the mast. Then he turned into a shadow and rushed down. The Swamp King swung the chain and retrieved the anchor. Then, it roared and smashed toward Soren. Soren's figure twisted strangely in midair. He actually stepped on the Swamp King's arm with the tip of his foot, and then his figure rose into the air for the second time. The Swamp King's body was too big. The giant's body gave it enough strength, but it also made it a little slow. Poochie. Blood splattered. Soren's two swords crisscrossed across the Swamp King's neck. It felt like he was slashing on the tough skin of a dragon. The swords couldn't even break through the Swamp King's muscle layer. Brother, Vivian's sharp voice sounded. After she saw Soren was injured and spat out blood, her eyes immediately turned red. Then a pair of small demonic wings appeared on her back, and at the same time, a tattoo appeared on the side of her face. She suddenly opened her mouth and let out a sharp howl. All the creatures nearby who were hit by this howl all had blood coming out of their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Many of them were even killed on the spot. The terrible sound wave swept across. Vivian suddenly raised her hand and pointed behind Soren. A strange shadow appeared behind Soren and then stabbed towards his back. Maze! A strange spatial fluctuation appeared. The shadow that suddenly appeared behind Soren didn't even have time to scream before it was swallowed by the distorted space and sent into a different dimension of the maze. Blink. Time stopped. With Vivian as the center, everything within 30 meters was frozen, including Soren next to her and the Swamp King in front of her. There was a trace of blood in the little girl's eyes, and her expression seemed to be very angry. She roared with a sharp child's voice, "Bastard! How dare you hurt my brother? I'm going to kill you, monster!" The little girl's expression was very angry, as if she had gone berserk. Her pair of beautiful eyebrows seemed to have turned into a willow eyebrows look. Vivian raised the sword of annihilation that was as tall as her and directly slashed towards the Swamp King. As if she still felt that it was not enough, the little girl slashed 7 or 8 times in a row before she stopped a little breathless. She was small and young, so she didn't have much strength at all. Being able to slash so many times was completely in an explosive state. After that, she felt a little tired. Time recovery. Soren seemed to feel that something had just happened, but when he was ready to continue to look for opportunities to attack the Swamp King's vital points, he unexpectedly found that Vivian was standing in front of the Swamp King. Not good. She's in danger. Soren almost didn't think much about it. He completely subconsciously rushed over, then reached out and hugged Vivian's small body, and then he quickly stepped back. Rumble. A dull sound of the Swamp King falling to the ground sounded. Everything that happened in front of Soren's eyes was simply beyond his expectations. The Swamp King, which was quite troublesome in his eyes, was actually divided into many pieces at this moment. Its body was full of sword wounds, but there wasn't a trace of blood seeping out from the wounds because the blood seemed to have been dissolved by some kind of powerful force. The Swamp King's huge body fell to the ground, and in the process of falling to the ground, it was also divided into many pieces of minced meat. This was simply impossible. Soren was frightened by the situation in front of him because to him, it was just a second ago, but to Vivian, who was pregnant, a full 30 seconds had passed. Everything in front of Soren's eyes was beyond his knowledge, but he quickly realized that to achieve this effect, it seemed that only the legendary spell, Time Stop, could achieve this effect. Vivian killed the Swamp King. Chapter 234. Time Stop. It was one of the most overpowered spells among wizards, and it was also a legendary spell that could crush non-spellcasters. The effect of this spell was very simple. Within a certain range, time would be frozen, and only the caster would be able to move freely during this time. Generally speaking, the duration of Time Stop was between 15 seconds to 60 seconds. During this time, everyone else would be in a state of near immobility, while the spellcaster was completely free to move. However, during this time, no matter if the spellcaster cast a spell or carried out a physical attack, it would not take effect immediately. It would only take effect after the spell ended. Therefore, this was why the Swamp King was cut into pieces after Soren retreated with Vivian in his arms. Because the Time Stop spell was too abnormal, many people had studied ways to deal with it. First of all, the simplest way was the monk. The legendary monks, Moon style, could make them immune to all time spells when they were launched. Even the gods who controlled time couldn't control them. However, lunar style was a very difficult skill to learn. There were not many legendary monks in the world, and those who could learn lunar style were even rarer. The second way was to predict the escape. Time stop didn't cover a large area, and anything that entered the area would be infinitely close to being in a static state. Therefore, if one could predict it in advance, there were many ways to avoid it. Among them, Soren was most familiar with the shadow plane teleportation. If he could enter the shadow plane before the time stop was cast, he would be rejected by the frozen time. Soren's body would enter the shadow plane, and after the time stop was over, he could come out again. There were many ways to escape like this. However, the key was to temporarily leave the current plane in space. This way, one could avoid the effect of time stop, and then teleport back after the spell was over. Wizards, plane exile, chaos teleportation, interplanar teleportation, and so on could all achieve this effect. However, one had to have a very high ability to predict spells and good luck. Even Soren only had a 30% chance of successfully predicting and avoiding time stop. This was because a prepared spellcaster was quite scary. If the above two conditions were not met, then he could only rely on himself to endure. If he wanted to take it head-on, he would have to prepare a trigger-type spell or a trigger-type equipment. He would have to activate a protective energy at the moment before time stop, or activate a legendary tenacity ability at the moment before time stop. That way, he would be able to hold on a little longer, but it was hard to say whether he could survive. It was useless to rely on combat skills alone. He had to use a special ability, which was Sixth Sense and Super Sixth Sense. Remark: even when Soren was at his peak, he only acquired the Sixth Sense ability. He didn't even touch the door of the more advanced ability, Super Sixth Sense. This was a special ability that was even harder to master than Danger Sense. Not only did it require a strong perception, but there were also other special requirements. Because the effect of time stop was too overpowered, many people tried to simulate the method to break it. Some of them even spiritualized themselves in advance and had multiple protective energy triggers, etc. But in the end, there's only one publicly recognized method that had the best effect, and that was to turn oneself into a demigod or above. Starting from the demigod level, all gods were immune to time stop. They had their own domain ability, and most of the time spells were ineffective against them. So, time stop was a legendary spell that could crush any creature below the demigod level. The Swamp King was dead. A strange light immediately appeared in Soren's eyes. This light didn't fly to Soren's position, but gradually merged into Vivian's body. Traces of divine radiance appeared, and the Swamp King's body seemed to have lost some mysterious and unknown power. However, Vivian's beautiful big eyes couldn't help but flash a strange light. That light was like a god that made people respect her. This strange phenomenon only lasted for a while. Then, the little girl's expression was a little sleepy. She looked up at Soren and said with a sleepy voice, "Big brother, I'm so sleepy." Before she finished speaking, Vivian fell asleep just like that. Soren hugged Vivian's petite body and at the same time rolled to dodge the javelin thrown by the enemy. Because the Swamp King was dead, the enemy quickly began to collapse, especially the enslaved co-fishmen. They almost immediately fled to the distance. However, there were still enemies who stayed to fight, and that was the mixed-blood descendants of the Swamp King. Soren jumped and landed on the ghost ship, Dead Man's Voice, and then put the sleeping Vivian in a safe place. The divinity of the Swamp King was absorbed by her. As the favored one of the ancient demon lord, Dagon, the Swamp King had divinity from the demon god of the abyss. Although this divinity was very weak, and it was given during the blasphemy ceremony, Soren was still a little worried about whether Vivian could successfully merge with it. He began to control the living ropes on the ghost ship and killed the enemies who were still resisting one by one. When the battle was finally over, the sea was already blood-red. No one knew how many creatures had died here. Anyway, there were not many fishmen who survived. "Your Excellency," the first mate controlled the pirate ship to come over. He looked quite excited, and there were wounds on his arms and abdomen. He said excitedly, We won. The Swamp King is dead. Your Excellency is now qualified to be the new Pirate King. As long as this news spreads, many pirates in the nearby sea will come to us. Soren's expression was not very excited. He looked at the few men on the deck and said in a deep voice, "How are the casualties?" The first mate's face was a little gloomy and replied, "More than half of the casualties, and the second mate also died. A lot of people died. More than 50% of the pirates that Soren brought out were lost. These were the pirates that he had already subdued. But the results were also very good. Soren sank a pirate ship and captured 2 pirate ships, but he still let some of the enemies escape, because Soren did not have the strength to chase after the enemies. Among them, the pirates and human warships escaped. One warship was sunk to the bottom of the sea, and the other one was penetrated. It was estimated that it would not be long before it sank. The only intact one was the Swamp King's warship. This giant warship was basically intact, but there were not enough people to drive it back, so they could only use the ghost ship to drag it back. The night was getting darker. Soren held Vivian and looked up at the sky. The stars under the night sky were very dim. The ghost ship was escorting nearby. He looked at the data in front of him and then fell into deep thought. Launch decapitation attack. Decapitation successful. Target killed. You have learned something in the battle. You have obtained part of the information of sword form, decapitation. In battle after battle, you have mastered new combat skills. You have learned the combat skill, sword form, decapitation. Launch decapitation attack. Decapitation successful. Target killed. You have learned something in the battle. You have obtained part of the information of sword form, decapitation. Battle experience. In battle after battle, your combat skills have gradually improved. You have obtained part of the information of dual wielding. This was a battle. Soren directly learned sword form, decapitation. At the same time, he also obtained the information of sword form, decapitation, and dual wielding for the second time. In other words, as long as there was another notification, Soren could master 2 powerful skills at the same time. Among them, sword form, decapitation was already very familiar to Soren. Dual wielding still needed some accumulation. If he could master dual wielding, Soren could directly use the ability points obtained from leveling up to further master greater dual wielding. The future path. Soren needed to find a way to upgrade his skill to legendary dual wielding. When that time came, his attack speed would reach a jaw-dropping level. With enough attributes, it was even possible to block bullets with a sword. A day passed quickly. Just when Soren thought that Vivian would be asleep for a long time after absorbing the divinity of the Swamp King, the little girl woke up the next morning. But she only woke up for a short while. The light of the morning sun shone. Soren was awakened by the slight movement of the little girl in his arms. Vivian gently opened her eyes and saw Soren. The corner of her mouth revealed a sweet smile, and then she whispered, "Big brother, I had a dream." Soren was pleasantly surprised. When he saw that she was awake, he immediately asked, "What did you dream of?" "I dreamed of the Swamp King." Vivian raised her white little hand and rubbed the corner of her eyes. She whispered, "That monster actually wanted to fight with me, but I quickly killed it again." But after I killed it, there seemed to be a bigger monster that came out. It was a bit like a huge octopus, but its head was very strange. It looked like a strange fish. I'm so sleepy. Big brother, do I have to kill that strange octopus as well?" Vivian's voice became softer and softer, and then she fell asleep again. However, Soren's expression was quite surprised because he realized that Vivian seemed to be destroying the divinity's consciousness by herself. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, Vivian would gradually wake up after he destroyed the divinity's consciousness. But now, she did wake up after destroying the divinity's consciousness, but she seemed to have just destroyed the Swamp King's consciousness and not the ancient abyssal Lord Dagon. This made Soren a little worried. P.S. There's a lot going on today. There's one more thing. Chapter 235. Port Tylon. Today's Port Tylon looked very different. The whole port was a bit eerily silent. The people of all walks of life on this island had all settled down today. Even the guards in charge of maintaining order were a little absent-minded, because everything they saw today was so shocking that the whole Port Tylon was silent at this moment. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something, or rather, waiting for the arrival of His Excellency. A dragon-headed warship, the warship of the Swamp King, a pirate ship that was said to be cursed by blasphemy, which had been circulating throughout the South Coast for hundreds of years. Among the 3 pirate kings on the South Coast, the Amazon Pirate King was the strongest overall because she had the Storm Temple and the Amazons behind her. Although Ashrod, the Pirate King supported by the Naga Sirens, was also very strong, he was still a little weaker after all. Among the 3 pirate kings, the Swamp King was the weakest in terms of overall strength, but he was the pirate king with the strongest individual combat power. This monster had been raging on the South Coast for hundreds of years. It was not that no one had ever challenged it, but there were very few who could defeat it, let alone kill it and seize its dragon-headed warship. A group of fierce-looking pirates stood in front of the dock. The guards of Port Tylon did not dare to come close to stop them because the morale of these pirates was quite high. It was as if they would pull out their knives and stab anyone who dared to stop them. The Swamp King was dead. They were now the subordinates of one of the 3 pirate kings, the Throat Cutter. An emerging force had risen, not only in Port Tylon, but also in the whole South Coast. Soren's figure stood above the dragon-headed warship. He looked at Port Tylon in front of him, as if he was waiting for something. In just 2 days, Soren's men had increased by 5 times. After the news of him killing the Swamp King spread, all the pirates on the South Coast bowed their heads. Now, more than a dozen scattered pirates had joined his command. Even those who were unwilling to join him had sent gifts to express their awe. In just 2 days, Soren had received nearly 10,000 kindlers' gifts, including many precious goods. Replace. Since he had killed the Swamp King, Soren naturally would not waste such a good opportunity. He had already shown his flag yesterday and officially became one of the pirate kings of the South Coast. On the Dragonhead warship was a black flag. There were no extra decorations or fancy designs. There was only a pair of crossed scimitars on the black flag. Black flag, black sail, and black hull. The ominous black seemed to be brewing a murderous intent. This murderous intent shrouded Port Tylon, making many people feel uneasy. Soren looked at Port Tylon indifferently. Behind him were 7 warships and dozens of clippers. Thousands of pirates had gathered under his command. From Port Tylon to Shipwreck Bay, all the pirate groups expressed their allegiance to him, and some even directly joined him. Soren didn't have the time to completely subdue these pirates, and he didn't have the energy to slowly subdue them either. Therefore, he used a simple and crude method to solve it. That was a show of force. Today, he was no longer the Soren of the past. Today, he had the strength to wrestle with the Naga Siren priest. A huge head hung on the Dragonhead warship, and a 4 or 5 meter tall body hung on the mast. The broken body was stitched up and hung directly on the mast. It was the Swamp King who died under the hands of Vivian. Soren had already received the news yesterday. The reinforcements he was supposed to appear had run to the Devil's Island hundreds of miles away, took down the Devil's Island in one fell swoop, and robbed him of the spoils and wealth he deserved. Then, the reinforcements that the Naga Siren priest had promised him returned to their nest. This was simply preposterous. When Soren heard the news, his eyes were bloodshot. He fought with the Swamp King in front of him, and more than half of his men died. Pirate King Ashrod, who was supposed to be one of the important reinforcements, went around to the back and attacked the Swamp King's nest. He also looted the wealth on the Devil's Island and took away the spoils that originally belonged to Soren. After that, he didn't even have the intention to say anything. This was a slap in the face, and it was a merciless slap to Soren's face. He could even imagine the other party's mocking look. You fought in front of him and didn't get anything, but he went around from the back and made a fortune. Soren needed an explanation. This explanation couldn't be asked from Ashrod, one of the 3 pirate kings, because Soren didn't have the strength to fight him head-on. However, Soren couldn't say anything because it would make people think that he was easy to bully. So, Soren had to ask the Nagasiren priest, who promised him an answer. Soren still didn't make a move. He didn't set foot on the port of Port Tylon either. He just waited on the dragon head worship. This was a demonstration. It was also a demonstration of strength and power. If the Nagasiren priest couldn't give him the result he wanted, Soren was ready to completely fall out with her. The Nagasiren priest was the Nagasiren priest, and the sea goddess was the sea goddess. Soren killed an important subordinate of the Abyss Lord Dagon. For the sea goddess, he was a person who was favored by the sea goddess. The gods would not hate their favored person because of the attitude of a priest. In fact, from the moment the Swamp King was killed, the Nagasiren priest could no longer rely on her own influence to change Soren's position in the eyes of the sea goddess, because she was only a servant of the sea goddess. Even if her relationship with Soren was so bad that she wanted to kill him, the Nagasiren priest could only mobilize the power of the temple. It was impossible to use the power of the sea goddess to oppose Soren to the other side of the sea temple. In other words, Soren's plan was successful. He proved his value and expanded his influence. Whether the Nagasiren priest liked him or hated him now, she could no longer use the sea temple to suppress Soren, because Soren was already standing in front of the sea goddess. The sacrificial ceremony he carried out to kill the Swamp King was responded to by the sea goddess. The sea goddess obviously felt a trace of joy after seeing the important servant of the enemy god killed. Soren pleased the sea goddess. His status changed in an instant. Originally, he was only a favored person because of the Nagasiren priest, but now he had become a true favored person of the gods, as long as he could continue to please the sea goddess. Time ticked by. Soren frowned slightly. He was calculating the time. If the Nagasiren priest did not say anything, he would leave Port Tylon now. In the future, the two sides would go their separate ways. The sea temple was not the only temple. The Nagasiren priest could not use the power of the temple to suppress him. Soren could still develop and grow. However, he also clearly recognized the huge resources controlled by the Nagasiren priest. He intended to use this to force the other side to give in, at least to fight for an equal status for himself. If the Nagasiren priest did not give him an equal status now, then in Soren's eyes, there was no need to continue to cooperate with her. There was a commotion in the crowd in front. Then he saw the dark crowd disperse in all directions. The sea temple's night guards appeared in front of him, and then the figure of the Nagasiren priest appeared in the separated crowd. This was the first time she appeared in front of Soren in this manner. The Nagasiren priest was wearing a blue robe and holding a scepter representing the sea goddess in her hand. She ignored the other people around her, ignored their awe and fear, and swam her body to the port. "Your Excellency," the Nagasiren priest bowed her head slightly, then quickly raised her head and looked straight at Soren in front of her. This was the first time she called Soren Your Excellency. She was expressing her respect, not only to Soren, but also to the entire Port Tylon. There was an uproar because the Nagasiren priest came out to greet Soren in person. The meaning of this was too great. This was a compromise. It also represented a kind of reward and compensation. Chapter 236. Let's go back 10 minutes. In front of the sea temple, the Nagasiren priest stood in front of the statue with a gloomy face. She was holding the scepter that represented the sea temple's presiding priest. She was wearing a blue robe embroidered with strange patterns and a mysterious whirlpool-like emblem. In front of her was a familiar Nagasiren guard. It seemed that Soren had seen him once or twice. The Nagasiren priest looked at the front with a sharp gaze. Her expression seemed to have a trace of anger and killing intent. She said, "Is there still no news about Ashrad?" The Nagasiren guard bowed slightly and said, "Yes." Clang! The Nagasiren priest was so angry that she grabbed a silverware and smashed on the ground. Then she roared angrily. "How dare he do this? How dare he ignore me? How dare he ignore the power of the sea goddess? The Naga Siren guard was silent. After a while, he said, "The number of times the sea goddess responds to prayers is getting less and less. There are many priests in the temple who can't get a response. Some trainee priests have begun to lose the ability to use magic. There are rumors among the Naga Siren that the power of the sea goddess is weakening, which makes some of them have other ideas. Ashrod probably won't respond to your request. He got the wealth of the Devil Island. The Swamp King has accumulated a huge amount of wealth. Ashrod is said to be recruiting. He has even extended his tentacles to the eastern coastal areas, preparing to rope in the very dangerous eastern pirates who believe in pagan gods." The Naga Siren priest was silent. After staying in place for a moment, she turned and walked out of the sea temple. The Naga Siren guard seemed a little surprised. He raised his hand to stop her, but he still took it back. He lowered his head and said, "Are you really going to meet the throat cutter in person? After all, he is a human, an outsider." The Naga Siren priest stopped and turned to look at him. She said with a blank expression, "What else can we do now? If I don't go out to meet him in person, I will lose my last ally." The Sharkmen suffered heavy losses in the process of fighting against the Swamp King. The Naga Siren royal family began to take away my influence in the tribe. The sea goddess can't respond to my prayers for the time being. Even you, who I thought was trustworthy, still let me down in the end. Instead, it's an outsider who surprises me time and time again. If he hadn't killed the Swamp King this time, my situation would have been even worse. A piece of trash like you is simply useless. You actually watched as Asrid snatched away Demon Island's wealth. The Naga Siren guard's face turned ugly, and there was a trace of shame. He said in a low voice, "I am incompetent." But after all, he was one of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast. With my strength alone, I couldn't change the situation at that time. The priest did not speak. She only revealed a mocking smile, and there seemed to be a touch of coldness in her eyes. The Naga guard hesitated for a moment before saying, "Priest Arun, if you go out to meet him in person, it means that the Sea Temple has officially recognized his identity. His status will be on the same level as yours. If you add in the pirate forces that he subdued after killing the Swamp King, I'm afraid he will become the new Pirate King. This will make him even harder to control. In the future, the situation in the South Coast would change greatly because of him." The Naga Siren priest looked at him and said slowly, "If I don't meet him in person, won't the situation on the South Coast change greatly? You are all ready to make a move, and even you have your own thoughts in your heart. I may have been narrow-minded in the past, but now I see one thing clearly. That is, he has more investment value and potential than you. In that case, he could still kill the Swamp King. Maybe my idea of completely controlling him was really wrong. This kind of person can't be completely controlled. He is qualified to have an equal status with me. Besides, if I don't meet him in person now, does he not have the strength to become the new Pirate King? He gathered nearly 1,000 pirates in just 3 days, and more pirates on the South Coast want to join him. Because he killed the Swamp King, he proved his strength. This strength is even stronger than the traitor Asrid. Why do you think he brought the corpse and head of the Swamp King here with the glory of his victory? He just wants to force me to compromise, to force me to bow down and admit that he has an equal status with me. If I don't bow down to meet him in person, he may become my enemy. Everything is because of my mistake. I mistakenly believed in Asrid, and I mistakenly believed in you. I won't make this mistake a second time. Go back to the deep sea canyon of the Naga people. Since you are hesitating and can't give everything to the sea goddess, then go back to the underwater canyon." The Naga Siren priest turned her head and said coldly, "Next time, I will not be kind to you. You really disappoint me. My brother, you should make your own choice. Don't force me to kill you with my own hands." Dead silence. When the Naga Siren priest finished speaking, her eyes were already cold. She looked at the Naga Siren guard in front of her as if she was looking at a potential enemy. Her figure left the Sea Temple. When she raised the scepter in her hand, the temple guards near the Sea Temple gathered. They were wearing heavy armor and holding a uniform trident. This was not only their weapon, but also a symbol of reliance. At this moment, the Nagasiren priest personally came out to meet Soren, which had a special meaning. The crowd in front of her separated like a tide. More than 30 temple guards opened the way in front. The Nagasiren priest walked towards the dock with a solemn expression. Along the way, people who saw her, whether they believed in the sea goddess or not, could not help bowing their heads slightly to express their awe, because she represented the oldest power in Port Tylon. The sea temple was more important than any other force in Port Tylon. The Nagasiren priest rarely appeared outside because of her race, so this time, her appearance was even more eye-catching, especially when there were so many pirates gathered near the port. The dark crowd moved aside from both sides. The Nagasiren priest looked at the warship in front of her with a serious expression. She saw the dragon head warship of the Swamp King, the sewn body, 7 or 8 large warships, and a large number of pirate clippers. Such power was almost capable of threatening the safety of Port Tylon. After all, in this era, the number of guards in any city would not be too many. It would take too much resources to cultivate professional warriors. Those who usually farmed, trained in their spare time, and had certain combat skills could only be regarded as militia in this world. All the principalities in the South Coast area. The regular army added up to less than 200,000 people, but if the militia was pulled out as warriors, the number could skyrocket to more than 2 million people. Even the regular garrison of Port Tylon was only 800 people. The entire South Coast area, as well as the West Coast area, had only 3,000 to 5,000 regular troops in many cities. The man in front of her had accumulated such a foundation unknowingly. He had already represented the rise of an emerging force. "Your Excellency," the Nagasiren priest bowed her head slightly. She could hear the uproar behind her, and she knew that this honorific title would make the man in front of her have a very high reputation and completely prove and stabilize his current status. If she could, the Nagasiren priest would never bow to Soren. But if she did not bow now, it meant that she would lose a powerful ally. She had to make compromises and concessions. Even if she just came out to greet him, she might not be able to satisfy the man in front of her. Because the Nagasiren priest saw a light in his eyes. That was ambition. He definitely had a great ambition in his heart. This discovery made the Nagasiren priest feel a little bitter in her heart, because she felt that she seemed to have missed an important opportunity. If she did not push him so hard at the beginning, showed her sincerity to a greater extent, and put more resources into the man in front of her, maybe this would not be the situation now. But it was a little late now. If she had given all this in the past, then this would be her gift, a condescending reward. But it was different now. Now the man in front of her was forcing her to give him everything he thought he deserved. That was to say, even if she paid a big price, the reward she got was only to restore mutual trust and friendship. Soren stood on the Dragon Head warship. He looked at the Nagasiren priest who bowed her head to him in front of him, and also looked at the crowd behind him. At this time, his face looked a little better. At least the Nagasiren priest in front of him was not stupid. She knew that at this time, she should pay a certain price to restore mutual trust and cooperation. But this alone was not enough. How could Soren let go of the previous matter just because the other party came out to greet him in person? After all, the pirate King Ashrad had robbed him of his loot and looted the wealth of the Devil Island controlled by the Swamp King. Just this small price could only prove that the other party still had the intention to continue to cooperate with him. If she really wanted Soren to let go of the past, she must come up with real benefits. He wasn't the kind of person who would lose his sense of direction just because the other party flattered him a little. Soren's expression was cold. Maybe it was because he had experienced a lot during this period of time. Unknowingly, his acting skills had improved, especially after encountering so many difficult opponents. When a Nagasiren priest saw Soren's cold expression, her heart could not help but thump, because she realized that this time, she was afraid that she would not be able to restore the trust of both sides. Now the situation was a bit difficult to get off. She had already come out to greet Soren, so whether the two of them negotiated or not, in the end, Soren got the recognition he deserved. His status was close to the other pirate kings. Thinking of this, the Naga Siren priest could not help but gritted her teeth, approached Soren, and handed something to him. The Swamp King is dead. Although her heart was very painful, the Naga Siren priest still looked the same on the surface. Priests were people who had a certain performance skill. Otherwise, they would not be able to preside over a temple. She looked at Soren, then glanced at the nearby pirates, and said in a sacred tone, "Your Excellency has killed the enemy of the Sea Goddess. The Sea Goddess will be happy to reward Your Excellency. Please accept it. This represents our friendship, and it also means that we will work together to destroy other enemies." In an instant, Soren's cold expression changed like the spring wind melting snow because the Naga Siren priest in front of him gave him an irresistible compensation. Even when the other party's words revealed the intention of a new alliance, he nodded without hesitation. Because what the Naga Siren priest gave him was the control prop of the ghost ship Dead Man's Voice. This was an irresistible temptation for Soren. It was even more irresistible than the Countess's heiress with beauty and wealth. The Dead Man's Voice, a quasi-legendary ghost ship. As the core combat power of several battles, Soren knew the value of this ghost ship too well. P.S. Futu is sick. He is a little dizzy and a little dehydrated. There is only one update for today. I hope he will get better soon. Chapter 237. Angry Scales Island. This was a large island that connected the south coast to the eastern sea route. Because the desert road was cut off by a powerful force, the east-west trade began to turn to sea. This was the territory of Ashrad, one of the 3 pirate kings. Although he controlled a powerful pirate force, his focus was not on the trade between the south coast and the outer islands. He was more concerned about the transoceanic trade between the Eastern world and the Western world. Although slaves, black markets, and smuggling were lucrative trade channels for this pirate king, the really valuable trade was spices, silk, tea, and so on. It was mentioned before that the same weight of spices could be exchanged for the same weight of gold. With the desert region as the boundary between East and West, the aristocrats and rich people in the entire southern and western regions had an astonishing demand for these luxury goods. Because of the huge gap in social class wealth, the nobles often controlled thousands or even tens of thousands of times the wealth of the civilians. They accumulated huge wealth from taxes, manors, trade, mines, and so on. In terms of living needs, these nobles put a lot of money on these expensive luxury goods because of their pursuit of luxury. Among them, wizards also had a large demand for spices. They would configure special incense to help themselves meditate and improve their concentration to understand and master more difficult spells. Soren was just a half-baked wizard, a professional which, like Gloria, basically carried spices to assist in calming the mind at all times. Ashrad's wealth was accumulated from this route. At this moment, Ashrad, whose side face was obviously Naga Siren, stood on the warship and looked at a masked man in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "What's the news from Port Tylon?" The masked man bowed his head slightly and said, "The throat cutter rose very quickly. All the pirates near Shipwreck Bay were subdued by him. Because he killed the Swamp King, his reputation seemed to have spread to the west coast. Some time ago, he led a large number of pirates to Port Tylon and finally forced the Naga Siren priest to come out to meet him personally. Now his reputation in Port Tylon is like the sun in the sky. I'm afraid he will soon replace the Swamp King." Ashrad's face was not very good. He looked in a certain direction in the sea and fell into deep thought. The masked man hesitated and whispered, "Your Excellency Ashrad, should we get rid of him while we still can? Otherwise, when his forces grow stronger, I'm afraid he'll become a big problem for us." Ashrad shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It's not time yet. Since he was able to kill the Swamp King head-on, his strength must not be weak. Moreover, he still had the halo of the sea goddess's favor. Attacking him head-on was equivalent to provoking the internal strife of the sea temple. There were still differences within the Naga Sirens, and it was not time to show their cards directly. Now, we can only watch the movements of the Naga royal family. If they can succeed, killing this throat cutter will be as easy as flipping a hand. The masked man nodded and suggested, "How about we send someone to assassinate him? If we just watch him grow up, I'm afraid it won't be good for our plan." Assassination? Ashrad smiled and slowly said, "He's a rogue close to legendary. There aren't many people on the South Coast who can assassinate him. I'm afraid he's still hiding some of his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the Swamp King." The masked man looked around, then quietly approached and said, "I heard that there's a mysterious organization inside the mainland. It seems to be called All for One. There are many masters of assassination in this group. As long as we can afford the price, we may be able to ask a legendary assassin to do it." Ashrad could not help but be silent. His expression was a little painful because the price of asking a legendary assassin was not small. But after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "You send someone to contact them. If you can ask a legendary assassin to do it, it would be best, but remember not to reveal our identity. There's still a lot of wealth brought back from the Devil Island. It should be enough to feed those greedy guys." The masked man nodded and said, "Yes, I'll arrange it now." Ashrad smiled slightly, and his expression seemed a little cruel. He whispered, "If we can assassinate him like this, we may be able to save a lot of trouble. Damn the Naga Siren priest. If it weren't for her, things wouldn't be so troublesome." Port Tylon. Soren walked side by side with the Naga Siren priest, heading in the direction of the Sea Temple. The crowd around him could not help but look at him with a trace of awe and fear in their eyes, because these old and cunning guys could see that he was forcing the Naga Siren priest to bow her head and give in. To be able to force the priest of the Sea Temple to step back, this kind of strength had already shocked them. Soren needed reputation. He needed a higher reputation. Only then could it be easier for him to open up the route to the Outer Islands. The Fall of the Pirate King Legendary Battle. In early December 1675 of the New Moon era, because of your rapid rise, you attracted the attention of the Swamp King. It planned to kill you first, and at the same time use your blood as a sacrifice to the ancient abyss demon domain, Dagon. But what everyone did not expect was that in the absence of reinforcements, you led the pirates and the Sharkmen to kill the Swamp King. You've gained great fame in this battle, and even the nearby seas have begun to spread your story. Legend level +5. This was the legend level obtained from killing the Swamp King. But this was just the beginning. After Soren forced the Naga Siren priest to compromise, another legend level prompt appeared. The compromise of the Sea Priest, folk rumor. In early December 1675 of the New Moon era, you gathered the pirate army to Port Tylon with the power of a great victory, forcing the priest of the Sea Temple to compromise. The body of the Swamp King and the warship shocked the people on this island, and your reputation began to take root in this chaotic area. The Naga Siren priest personally welcomed your arrival, which greatly improved your reputation, and you will have a stronger influence in the nearby sea. Legend level +2. Sure enough, Soren's judgment was not wrong. Fighting was not the only way to get legend level. His act of forcing the Naga Siren priest to give in today actually allowed him to get 2 legend level in one breath, almost equivalent to a legendary battle. Solen's current legend rating was already 21 points. Don't underestimate this 21 legend level. In the beginning, he was able to gather so many pirates in such a short time because he had a high legend level. His reputation had spread throughout the South Coast, and even other cities in the coastal areas knew of his rise. That was why so many pirates were worshiping him. As a high-grade profession, it was impossible to only have strength without reputation. People didn't even know who you were, so how could they easily rely on you? The legend level was the highest reputation. The Sea Temple. Soren went in with the Naga Siren priest, and the others stayed outside. As soon as they entered, Soren glanced at the other side, and then said in a deep voice, "Who is the supporter behind Eshrod? I don't believe that a pirate king would dare to disobey the orders of the Sea Temple. It's impossible for him to have no supporters behind him." The Nagasiren priest's face was a little ugly, but she still replied, "He is the pirate king supported by the Nagasiren royal family. Because of the support of the Nagasiren royal family, I can't order him most of the time." Nagasiren royal family? Soren frowned slightly and said, "How is it possible? Is it just the support of the Nagasiren royal family? How dare he disobey the orders of the Sea Temple? Is he not afraid of the wrath of the sea goddess? Unless they plan to..." Soren seemed to think of something, and some vague memories suddenly flashed in his mind. Suddenly, his face turned ugly. This group of people had some guts. They wouldn't think that the sea goddess was gradually not responding to the prayers of the believers, and they would think that they had the opportunity to get the monster out, right? This was just the precursor of the Avatar crisis. The divine power of the sea goddess was weakened, so she gave up some of the weaker believers and only responded to the more important prayers. Do they think this is an opportunity to overthrow the sea goddess? The Nagasiren priest's face flashed with a trace of surprise. She didn't seem to think that Soren even knew such a secret thing. But she didn't mention it at all because this thing was taboo, and it was rarely mentioned within the Sea Temple. She just glanced at Soren and said in a deep voice, "We must find a way to kill him. You and I can definitely destroy this guy together." Soren shook his head gently and said, "It's not time yet. After all, he is one of the 3 pirate kings. If we have the support of the Nagasiren royal family, our chances of winning are not high at all. Unless you can mobilize the power of the sea goddess." The Nagasiren priest was silent. The sea goddess had fallen into a deep sleep. If she could mobilize the power of the sea goddess, she wouldn't need Soren's help, and Ashrod wouldn't dare to disobey her orders easily. The Avatar crisis had begun. In the next year or so, the gods would respond to prayers less and less. Many priests gradually reduced their ability to cast magic, and many low-grade priests would completely lose their magic. This situation would not improve until the gods came, and they responded to prayers in the form of saints. Strictly speaking, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the same time, somewhere in the Outer Islands, a group of drows who had migrated here were also having an important discussion. Chapter 238. The Outer Islands. This was a primitive and wild area, divided from east to west by the Amazon River. The east was the territory of the Amazons, and the west was the territory of the indigenous people. The struggle between them had lasted for many years. Because the Storm Lord did not manage the church in the mortal world, the temple did not spend too much effort to pacify these indigenous people. The indigenous people retained the primitive totem belief, which would give birth to powerful demons and demigods. Without the power of the gods, it would be difficult to destroy them. This was a very dangerous place. Even the female Amazons would be extremely careful when they were moving around in the tropical jungle. There were many powerful monsters, strange plants, dangerous environments, ferocious indigenous people, and all kinds of unexpected and dangerous things. Recently, on the island near the northwest, a group of outsiders appeared. They did not arrive for a long time, and there were not many of them, but they were very powerful. In a short time, they occupied part of the island of about 120 square kilometers. These outsiders with grayish-black skin looked like elves, but they were more ferocious and better at fighting. The nearby natives temporarily retreated because of their strength, but sporadic battles still occur from time to time because the natives were very repulsive of outsiders. The terrain of the Outer Islands must be mentioned here. Due to a huge change in a certain era, the Outer Islands had experienced the collapse and shift of the continental shelf plates, so that they were scattered into hundreds of islands of various sizes. The largest of these islands was the Amazon jungle, which was almost the size of 3 Japanese islands. Then there were other scattered islands. The larger ones were hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, and the smaller ones were only 10 square kilometers. These islands were scattered and relatively dense. They were connected by shallow sea areas and inland rivers, so the outer islands were seen as a whole from the outside world. This used to be a continent. In the end, because of some disasters in the Arcane Era, it became what it was today. The arrival of the Drows aroused the hostility of the indigenous people. They had not been able to adapt to the primitive and wild environment here. In their view, the outer islands were even more dangerous than the Underdark. For a long time, their lives were quite difficult, but recently they were a little better because the messengers sent out brought back a batch of important supplies, which temporarily met their needs. Unfortunately, these supplies could only support them for 3 months at most. After 3 months, they would return to a difficult state again. Darkblade was in a bad mood. He sat on the wall of the camp and observed his surroundings, playing with a dark green blade in his hand. Ever since he accepted the help of His Excellency Throat Cutter and brought back a batch of important supplies, he had been in a bad mood. Of course, it was not because of His Excellency's help and request. As a drow, he knew very well that everything needed to be repaid. What he was unhappy about was the High Priestess opposition. This old-fashioned old woman had rejected such an important opportunity to help the race out of the predicament just because she said humans cannot be trusted and surface creatures have ill intentions towards us. A drow with a delicate face and a longbow on his back appeared in the distance and quickly approached. Darkblade ordered the others to open the gate. Then he frowned and said, "Lasker, what's the situation? Are there any new movements from those aborigines?" This was a ranger. The drow rangers were all experts, and only they could easily travel through the cruel tropical jungles. The young drow ranger jumped lightly, then jumped onto the wall and said in a deep voice, "The movements of the aborigines are fine. They're just monitoring the nearby area. As long as we don't step into their territory, there shouldn't be any violent conflicts in a short time. But I found that there seem to be more man-eating plants nearby. There should be some kind of powerful energy field under this island. Although it won't affect living people, it will gradually mutate many plants." Darkblade nodded slightly, then frowned and said, "What about the movements of those ants?" As if he remembered something, the young drow ranger's face changed, and he whispered, "They have moved to the other side of the island, but I don't know when they will come back. We lack enough supplies to deal with them. The next time they migrate, we can only escape to the sea." Darkblade sighed, then slammed the wooden fence and said anxiously, "Those damn ants. These terrible creatures." In his long life, he had never thought that ants could be so dangerous. When their numbers reached an unimaginable number, these seemingly inconspicuous creatures that could be squashed to death could even kill a giant dragon. They were marching ants, the creatures at the top of the food chain in the tropical rainforest. When they first encountered these terrible ants, 37 people died in their group, including 5 high-grade professions, a talented warlock, and a warrior who was about to enter the legendary realm. They had no ability to resist at all. When these ants appeared, a warrior who was close to the legendary realm only lasted for 3 minutes before he was bitten into a pile of bones. If they hadn't evacuated quickly enough and had the help of spellcasters, perhaps the whole group would have been eaten by these terrible ants. Marching ants, the nightmare in the tropical rainforest. Most of them were ants that crawled on the ground, but a tenth of them were ants with wings that could fly. The number of these ants was so large that it was impossible to calculate. They preyed on any creatures during the migration. They had extremely sharp mouthparts. Darkblade even suspected that they could eat the scales of dragons bit by bit. These terrible ants were the top predators on the whole island. They even saw a Quetzalcoatlus being eaten clean in just 5 minutes. It couldn't fly away even if it wanted to. If it weren't for the regular movement of these ants, they definitely wouldn't have survived until now. Darkblade sighed and said slowly, "Since we came back, the population of our group has decreased by 8. If this goes on, our people will become fewer and fewer. I'm afraid that we will completely disappear from this land in the future." "Damn it, why didn't you accept the help of that human?" Even if you have to pay a price, it's better than watching your people decrease bit by bit, right? The nearby drows didn't speak. The high priestess had been leading the group after the fall of the Dark Maiden. Although she was very stubborn and old-fashioned, she had ruled the group for a long time and had also survived many crises. This kind of majesty had been deeply rooted in the people's hearts. Not many people dared to question her decisions face to face. If it weren't for the fact that the group was getting more and more miserable, Darkblade wouldn't easily question the arrangement of the High Priestess. Darkblade, a female drow, appeared. She looked at the others on the fence and said in a deep voice, "Her Excellency, the High Priestess asked you to come over. There is something important to discuss." Most of the males in the group were warriors, rangers, and rogues. The spellcasters were mainly concentrated in the females. They still maintained the tradition of females having a higher status. Without any hesitation, Darkblade jumped down from the fence and walked towards the largest wooden house in the center. Many people had gathered in the room. Most of them were female drows, and some were male drows like Darkblade. Sitting at the top was a female drow priestess with an old face. With their relatively long lifespan, such an old face also proved that she had lived for a long time. This was the High Priestess of the Drows. Although the Dark Maiden had fallen, she still had the ability to cast magic. Even if this ability had been greatly weakened, she was still the most powerful drow in the group. Dang, dang, dang. The High Priestess knocked on the ground with her cane and motioned for the others present to be quiet. During this time, there were many arguments and conflicts in the group, mainly focused on whether to cooperate with the human who helped them, whether the other party was malicious, whether the human on the surface was trustworthy, and so on. The drows were pure conspiracy and betrayal in their bones. Even if they believed in the kind Dark Maiden, this could not completely change the nature of the drows, not to mention that the Dark Maiden had fallen for some time. Ahem, ahem. The old High Priestess coughed, then said in a hoarse voice, "I just got a message from the Co-People. Maybe we should reconsider some things." The High Priestess had many mysterious abilities. After she came here, she established contact with the nearby Co-People. Although the relationship between them was fragile, the High Priestess glanced at the others and said, "I just learned that the human who provided us with help has killed one of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast, the Swamp King. His power should not be underestimated. The nearby sea creatures have heard his name. I think we should reconsider." These words caused an uproar. Naturally, they had heard of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast. They were all legendary figures. Darkblade couldn't help but show a strange expression on his face. He couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. He always felt that everything in front of him was a bit dazzling. At first, he tried his best to persuade others to cooperate with His Excellency Throat Cutter, but in the end, his proposal was still rejected by the High Priestess. But now that she heard that he had killed one of the pirate kings, the High Priestess actually took the initiative to reconsider. One ironic result. Chapter 239. Fu2 is really sick recently. Writing is a little difficult, please understand. This is a 5,000-word chapter. Port Tylon. In a rather remote tavern, Soren sat in the corner and waited. Outside, there were pirates acting as guards. There were 3 or 5 maids with heavy makeup near the bar. From time to time, they would slightly move to show the beauty of the female body, trying to attract Soren's attention. With enough strength and fame, his wealth naturally began to increase, and even the number of underlings under him increased. Soren was not the kind of person who liked to be surrounded by followers, but his current identity naturally required a group of men to serve him. The owner of this tavern was Sturgeon, a chubby middle-aged man. He looked like a businessman, but he was indeed a businessman, but he was the leader of a small group of pirates. This guy had sought refuge with Soren in the beginning, and now this tavern was also Soren's territory. He did not plunder and collect the assets of his men, because that would be digging his own grave, but he required everyone to obey his command. He did not care about the wealth of Port Tylon. As long as he could open up the outer islands and occupy a gold or silver mine, his wealth would increase rapidly. There were some rules in this world. Many people did not use their real names and liked to use their titles to do things. Just like Soren's throat cutter, there were not many people who knew that his real name was Soren. Most people respectfully called him Your Excellency Throat Cutter. Sometimes, the real name was taboo. Soren had no interest in the bar, maids with heavy makeup. He sat in the corner and smoked, the kind of expensive tobacco from the halfling area. Maybe it was because he had killed too many people recently. Soren felt that the pressure on him was much greater than in the past. He was used to bloody killings, and he was a little tired. He needed to relax a little and numb his spirit. After all, it was really uncomfortable to be too tense. Even a strong man would be tired sometimes. Soren did not drink. He almost did not touch alcohol, so he could only smoke some tobacco. No one nearby dared to disturb him. The thugs outside drove away other people who wanted to enter the tavern. Soren had more than 1,000 pirates under his command, but there were only 300 people who were completely under his command. After all, he could not break up all the small groups of pirates who came to him. It was easy to have a rebound effect. Soren only accepted the allegiance of those small pirate leaders. In layman's terms, Soren was the boss of the whole South Coast, and there were many small leaders who came to him. He ordered the small leaders to control the minions. It would be difficult to control them too strictly. After all, the pirates themselves were a little special. The other pirate kings were the same. There were many people they could influence, but the only ones they could really pull out were their trusted subordinates. Time ticked by. Soren seemed to be waiting for someone. He was very patient, and there was no anxiety at all. After about half an hour, a young man who was obviously a half-elf came in. He was the first mate promoted by Soren, and now he was in charge of a pirate ship alone. Behind him was a guy who was about 30 years old. He looked a little shifty, but his eyes were very clever. This guy's fingers moved from time to time, and his wrist and fingers were very flexible. With just a glance, Soren knew that he was a rogue, and a rogue who specialized in stealing. This kind of person was more shrewd. Your Excellency. The first mate bowed slightly and said, "It's him." Soren nodded and looked at the thief in front of him. The thief was a little afraid of his eyes, so he quickly bowed and said, "Your Excellency, Throat Cutter, I don't know what I can do for you." Soren narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a trace of killing intent in his eyes, and there was also a special pressure. That was the effect of fear gaze. The wretched thief in front of him seemed a little scared. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, but he still stood in front of him. This guy was still a little brave. Soren nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "What's your name?" The wretched man in front of him quickly bowed his head and said, "My name is Slonic. They like to call me Skinny Monkey." Soren frowned slightly and said, "From today onwards, you are responsible for collecting all useful information on the mainland. I will specifically mobilize manpower and resources for you, no matter if it is useful or not. As long as there is any major news on the mainland, you will send it all to me. The manpower is mainly distributed in Shipwreck Bay, the City of Wealth, and Port Tylon. This is the core area that connects the mainland and the Gulf Islands. A lot of information will flow from here. Your task is to disperse the manpower and deliver important news regularly. No problem, right?" The wretched guy in front of him couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. His expression seemed to be a little excited, and he murmured, "I will live up to your expectations." Even if he was an idiot, he could understand that he was promoted by His Excellency Throat Cutter in front of him. Perhaps it was not a very important position, but just from His Excellency's instructions, he could manage a lot of people in the future. From Shipwreck Bay to the City of Wealth, and then extended to Port Tylon. His Excellency intended to let him establish a simple intelligence network. As for why His Excellency was interested in those rumors, rather than collecting information on the fat sheep at sea, who could care so much at this time? The wretched man in front of him was very clear about one thing. That was, if he did his job well this time, he would be the confidant of His Excellency Throat Cutter. Almost all the pirates who were promoted now were those who had followed him in battle, especially those who had participated in the battle against the Swamp King. Almost all of them were now at the level of a small leader. In terms of rewards, His Excellency was very generous. Many of those small leaders had 1 or 2 ships in their hands. Soren said a few words to the first mate next to him, and then let him lead the skinny monkey in front of him away. Some things were so wonderful. Before the battle against the Swamp King, Soren did not have many trustworthy people, and there were no particularly loyal guys. But after the battle against the Swamp King, he could use a lot of people, especially those who survived the battle. These guys thought that they had helped Soren defeat the Swamp King. They were the kind of trusted subordinates who had merits, and their loyalty automatically rose. Many people's minds changed like this. At first, they were afraid of Soren, thinking that His Excellency was a terrifying existence, and there was little loyalty to speak of. They mainly relied on fear to control them. But after the battle with the Swamp King, they changed their minds. I've also contributed. I've worked hard for His Excellency. No matter how cruel His Excellency is, he can't casually punish people who have worked hard for him, right? I have worked hard for His Excellency. If he wants to promote me in the future, I will definitely have a share, right? His Excellency seems to be a person who pays attention to the rules. I have worked hard for His Excellency, so I should be more trusted than those guys, right? Things are that simple. The group of subordinates who had experienced the battle against the Swamp King automatically changed their mentality to that of Soren's trusted subordinates. Then their loyalty began to rise on its own. Why did this happen? Maybe this was the power of human nature and power. Just like when you did something for Your Excellency, and it was something very important, you would consciously think that you have gained extra points in Your Excellency's eyes. Similarly, you would begin to think that Your Excellency was more important than before. The fear in their hearts decreased, and the respect in their hearts increased. Their views began to change, and then it was natural for them to be promoted. These guys quickly changed their mentality to that of Soren's trusted subordinates. So, a lot of things were really interesting. Sometimes you should give your subordinates more opportunities to work hard. After they worked hard, they would have a sense of identity. For example, the first mate in front of him. When he was promoted by Soren, at most, he had respect in his eyes. But after experiencing the battle against the Swamp King, his loyalty could be said to be the highest among all of them. He looked at Soren with a trace of fanaticism and worship in his eyes. He thought that he had contributed to the defeat of the Swamp King, and at the same time, he thought that he should be Soren's #1 fighter. His status was even higher than that of the red-haired female pirate Adele Isabella, who had followed Soren in the beginning. I helped His Excellency defeat the Swamp King. I proved my loyalty to His Excellency, so my status should be higher than that woman's. Even if I am temporarily lower than her, as long as I have a chance to show my strength and loyalty, sooner or later I can replace that woman and become His Excellency's most trusted helper. This mentality was actually very common among Soren's subordinates, because the rise of a new pirate king also meant that many positions were vacant. The pirate king was not a commander without an army. Most of them controlled a lot of trade in the sea. Among these positions, there were at least hundreds of people who could be promoted. Now, many people were eager to show off their abilities. The most obvious ones were the surviving pirates. Their strength was not bad, and they all thought that they had the ability to fight for the qualifications of a leader. All of them were looking for opportunities to further show off their abilities. Soon it was noon. Soren put away his pipe, his fingers gently tapping on the table, as if he was waiting for someone to come. A maid next to him carefully brought him a bowl of exquisite food. When she put down the food, she deliberately showed her white cleavage in front of Soren. But Soren just glanced at it indifferently, then reached out and took a bite of the bread. Power was a man's best partner. With power, this group of women might not necessarily flock to him like moths to a flame, but with power, there were always many women who tried to seduce him. Soren was not without desire, but he thought that it was not time yet. Now is not the time to relax and enjoy. About an hour later, a red-haired female pirate in tight leather clothes came in. She quickly walked in front of Soren, bent down slightly, revealing a pair of full white breasts, and whispered, "Your Excellency, the things you ordered have been prepared. Food, medicine, weapons, and so on, we have prepared enough. At the same time, we also use our influence to borrow some of the cargo ships of other chambers of commerce." The people in charge of 6 chambers of commerce said that as long as you take care of them in the future, they're willing to collect these materials for free and send them to the places you want to send them to. Soren was a pirate king. What was a pirate king? It was a person who specialized in robbing these merchants or collecting protection fees. It wasn't that these chambers of commerce didn't have the strength, but their guards simply couldn't beat these fierce pirates at sea. The guards of the chambers of commerce needed compensation if they died, and there were not many who were willing to fight, so most of the time, they spent money to buy safety. Almost every pirate king had a certain influence on the trade in the nearby sea, and the pirate king also controlled the sale of stolen goods in the entire sea. They flattered Soren not only to protect and take care of him, but they also wanted to use the power of Soren to fight against competitors or buy stolen goods at a low price and sell them. Not many of these merchants who engaged in cross-sea trade were clean people. Soren reached out and took a look at a list, then nodded gently. "Not bad. Let them prepare all the materials. I will need them soon." "Right? What about the slaves I need? How are the preparations?" The gorgeous red-haired female pirate could not help but show a trace of embarrassment on her face and whispered, "At present, only a small part of it is enough. Some time ago, the mine in the City of Wealth collapsed, causing the demand for slaves on the market to increase. Because what you need is a strong labor force. There are not enough people at present. But as long as you give me a little time, I promise to complete your task." Slaves, a crucial part of Soren's plan. He decided to develop in the outer islands, and this cheap labor force was almost indispensable. And because of the manor economy on the south coast, as well as the needs of various mines, the slave trade in this area was more vigorous than in other places. The mines controlled by the aristocrats were absolutely unwilling to hire civilians to work. They would try their best to get slaves and criminals to work, which could greatly reduce the cost of personnel. In these mines, it was definitely a very dark and bloody place. There was almost no law in it. When there was a lack of labor, not to mention slaves, even civilians could be caught to work until they died. This point was basically needless to say, because even in the 21st century, there was still a lot of darkness in the mines. Soren frowned slightly when he heard this. He glanced at Adele in front of him and noticed that she seemed a little nervous. Because she did not participate in the battle to defeat the Swamp King. During this time, many people wanted to challenge her position in front of Soren, ready to prove their value beyond this woman in front of him. So she was a little nervous. This woman had now recovered her father's strength and could be regarded as a pirate leader, but she obviously did not want to lose her value in Soren's eyes. Her current position was second only to Soren, and this woman naturally did not want to be pushed down by others. So now she always wanted to improve her position in Soren's eyes, and to this end, she used a little trick. The most obvious point was, she basically did not use makeup in the past, but now every time she saw Soren, she would put on a little makeup on her face. The meaning of this was self-evident. Soren frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "Get this done as soon as possible. I will have a new arrangement in a week at most. Let them send the goods to Snake Island, leave a group of people to guard it, and then recruit people from the coastal areas." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Use the name of the Chamber of Commerce. No need for combat power. Just adult labor is enough." Adult labor? Adele did not dare to think too much and quickly said, "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." The red-haired female pirate looked hesitant before leaving. She looked back at Soren, not knowing what she was thinking, and her face turned slightly red. Sea Temple. The Naga Siren priest frowned and sat at the back of the hall. She looked at a human man in front of her and wondered, so many materials? Is he still preparing slaves? Is he preparing to expand overseas? The person in front of her did not answer, but stayed quietly in place. The Naga Siren priest waved her hand gently and said, "Go down. Continue to pay attention to his movements. I'm more and more curious about what he wants to do. Expand overseas. It was not that no one had done this before, but the indigenous people in the overseas areas were very xenophobic, coupled with the harsh living environment and all kinds of dangerous creatures. Most of the pioneers eventually failed. Because it was difficult to survive in the outer islands, population transfer was a big problem. All kinds of diseases, monsters, and enemies could even defeat professionals, and it was even more difficult for ordinary people to survive there. Without ordinary people as a foundation, it was basically impossible to talk about expanding overseas. Not to mention, there were covetous Amazons and indigenous people with a strong sense of territory. She was curious about how Soren could stand firm. In the room, Soren spread out a nautical map and observed. The area of the outer islands was very large, but there were very few places suitable for development. Because there were too many monsters, enemies, and dangerous environments, combined with all kinds of needs, greatly increasing the difficulty of development. However, Soren had an advantage. That was, he knew which areas had been developed by people who had developed port towns. These locations were selected by a lot of manpower and material resources in the past. Basically, there were natural ports as well as various terrain advantages, plus the surrounding environmental factors. For example, whether there were strong enemies, whether there were any resources, whether it was suitable for farming crops, and so on. Many people failed to expand overseas at the beginning. However, there were also some people who were successful. These people were successful because they found some very good geographical locations. Soren was now trying to remember the best piece of land. Chapter 240. Adjusted my state, quit smoking, got up very early today, and I feel very energetic. Today I'm even better. It was a little stuffy in the room. Soren looked at the nautical chart for a while, stood up, and then opened the window to let the cold wind blow. Finding a suitable development point was not an easy task, because many large guilds with tens of thousands of people had failed to develop overseas. These were all professionals, and because they were reincarnated into the river Styx after 3 deaths, their mentality was more unafraid of death than the original inhabitants. But even so, many failed. One can imagine how difficult it was to develop overseas. This was only one of the difficulties because Soren not only wanted to develop overseas, but also take this opportunity to grow stronger to cope with the arrival of the Avatar crisis. So the geographical location he had to choose was even more special. Not only did he have to deliberately avoid a large number of indigenous people, but he also had to avoid the sphere of influence of the Amazons. Otherwise, these two powerful forces would not allow him to rise. Even if he had the identity of one of the 3 pirate kings, it might not be useful because pirates could not defeat the army on land. The cold wind blew for a while. Soren waved his hand and ordered a maid to bring in a basin of water. He washed his face and moved a little, and then began to continue to observe the nautical chart, marking out the location of the port of the town that was successfully built by resisting the attack of the indigenous people in his memory. These places had inherent advantages, and 1 or 2 of them had mineral advantages. Although Soren did not have long-term overseas activities, he was still quite impressed by the location of the town that was successfully built at that time. Here, and here. Soren took a quill pen and made some changes. 7 or 8 locations had been marked on the nautical chart, which were basically on the coastline, and many of them were relatively remote. Don't underestimate the nautical chart in his hand. The value of this thing was actually quite amazing. There was no satellite positioning in this world, and nautical charts were drawn manually bit by bit. Perhaps for Soren, one of the new pirate kings, this nautical chart was just an order, but for others, especially those merchants who ran sea transportation, this nautical chart was worth thousands of gold. The topography of the Gulf Islands and various safe routes were drawn on the map. At the same time, it also recorded the pirates' exploration of the deep sea over the past hundreds of years, as well as the distribution of dangerous creatures in the nearby waters. At the same time, It also recorded the activities of a small number of marine intelligent creatures. It could be said that merchants would be willing to buy this nautical chart for 5,000 Kindler coins. Naturally, Soren wouldn't sell it. In this era, information was a shocking wealth. If he wanted to monopolize the interests of the outer islands, how could he let others get involved in the exploration? At present, the entire overseas trade of the South Coast was done with the Amazon region. They were dealing with the Amazon women, so their profits were only about 3 times. However, if they could trade with the indigenous people, then the profits of the trade could reach 5 or even 10 times more. Some simple trinkets could be exchanged for gold from the indigenous people. Clang! Clang! There was a light knock on the door. The person outside seemed to be very cautious. He knew that Soren was thinking about something important and was afraid of interrupting his train of thought. Come in. Soren put down the quill and turned around. How's it going? The person who came in was a strong man with a scar on his face. There was a scar on the side of his face, a scar on his forehead, and a scar on his chin. Just by looking at him, one could feel that this guy was very fierce and had a lot of combat experience. His nickname was Scarface. He participated in the battle where Soren killed the Swamp King. He was also a pirate leader who was promoted later on. He controlled a large ship and 2 small ships and recruited about 70 to 80 men. Soren had recently been expanding the scale of the pirates. He had roped in all sorts of gangsters from all walks of life. Currently, he had close to 1,500 pirates under his command. Among them, there were about 500 to 600 who were directly under his command. In this world, there was no way to pull out thousands of people because ordinary civilians weren't very useful. Soren's men had at least 5 years of militia training. Even the weakest of these thugs could take down 3 ordinary adult men with their bare hands. As for the high-grade professions, it was better not to think too much. In this world, the high-grade professions were the managers of a force. The worst was at least the level of a small leader. Soren only had 2 4th-grade professions under him. The rest were at most level 12, which was about the strength of the 3rd grade. At present, he hadn't recruited any spellcasters. The spellcasters were usually very arrogant, and it wasn't easy to meet them. Therefore, Soren didn't have much hope for them. There were many ways for spellcasters to make money. It was basically impossible to rely on a pirate force because it was too dangerous to be a pirate. Your Excellency, Scarface carefully handed over a stack of scrolls and said in a deep voice, I specially brought people to the City of Wealth and bought these from the secret shop according to your instructions. There are a total of 27 scrolls. The wizard in the shop said that you can get a discount if you want so many scrolls at once. In total, you spent 26,500 Kindler coins. Speaking of this, Scarface wiped the sweat on his forehead and continued. The batch of goods from Snake Island has been sold. That group of cunning merchants was willing to take the initiative to raise the purchase price a little because they feared your Excellency's reputation. They bought the goods at 50% of the market price. So this time, we also brought back 21,500 Kindler coins. He carefully handed over a list and then couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. That was a lot of money. 20 Kindler coins were 1 pound. 20,000 Kindler coins were 1,000 pounds of gold. He had never seen such a large amount of money before. If it weren't for the fact that he was in awe of Soren's ruthlessness, he even wanted to secretly pocket some of it. However, this idea only appeared for a moment, and then he gave up the idea because Soren was now one of the 3 pirate kings. He thought that serving under Soren would have a better future, and there was no need to lower his position in His Excellency's heart because of this. Last time, there was a person who secretly pocketed goods. After being found out by His Excellency, he was directly hanged on the mast. Very good. Soren picked up the list and glanced at it, then glanced at the thin man behind Scarface. The guy shook his head slightly. Soren's face showed a smile and said, You did a good job. Take someone to get 500 Kindler coins. This is a reward for you. Go out and have some fun and relax. We'll be going to see you in a while. Naturally, he wouldn't let his men do as they pleased. Every leader had his eyes. If Soren were to expand overseas, his connection with the mainland would inevitably weaken. So he needed to prepare a lot of things, including the magic scrolls he would need to learn in the future. These things were too expensive. They often cost hundreds of Kindler coins. High-grade magic scrolls above the 5th circle sometimes cost 7 or 8,000 Kindler coins. Although Soren was rich, he didn't have so much money that he could buy whatever he wanted. It wasn't easy to transfer around 30,000 Kindler coins to buy magic scrolls. Unless he completely gave up on the South Coast, he would have to transfer funds to maintain the situation. This batch of magic scrolls was enough to last for a while. Soren didn't have the energy to buy any rare equipment for the time being, because it was too rare and too expensive. Because he needed to cast spells, he didn't even wear leather armor. His need for other equipment was mainly focused on the most expensive rings, jewelry, accessories, belts, and so on. This kind of equipment often cost thousands of Kindler coins, and it was quite difficult to buy them. He didn't have so much money and time now. You don't have to worry about not having enough money. This was the coastal area. If you went to the wizard city, you could find a wizard on the street who was worth tens of thousands of Kindler coins. Some of the more powerful wizards were worth hundreds of thousands of Kindler coins. If you went shopping in the wizard city, even if it was 1,000,000 Kindler coins, you could spend it all in minutes. One wizard tower. Soren naturally didn't have the ability to go to the wizard city to spend money, so he didn't think about buying those legendary equipment with frightening prices for the time being. When Scarface heard Soren's reward, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Although 500 Kindler coins wasn't a lot, it was still a small fortune for him. He could casually send 100 or 200 Kindler coins to his subordinates, then take them to drink and play with women. In the end, he could still swallow 200 or 300 Kindler coins himself. In the pirate industry, the boss ate the meat and the underlings drank the soup. The underlings lived a drunken life. As long as they had wine, meat, and a little money to find women, it was enough. He nodded respectfully and was ready to turn around and leave. Soren put down the shipping bill and glanced at the map. He frowned and said, "Go and see One-Eyed Jack later. Ask him why the batch of exquisitely forged military weapons I need hasn't been delivered yet. Tell him that he must deliver it within 3 days, or throw him into the sea to feed the sharks." Scarface stopped when he heard this, then turned his head with a smirk on his face. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "Your Excellency, don't worry. I'll go and see right away. I promise that the weapons will be delivered within 3 days." Soren nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Very good. You can go." "Yes." Scarface nodded respectfully. The strength of Soren's pirates was still a little weak. Although many pirates had good combat experience and were very brave when fighting, after all, they lacked accumulation. It was necessary to rely on equipment to improve their combat strength. This batch of exquisitely forged military weapons was very important. Chapter 241. Time ticked by. Soren frowned as he stared at the nautical chart. He then picked up a quill and began to draw on it. "Not here. Not here. There are monsters here. The natives here are too strong. There are only 2 places left." 5 or 6 positions were crossed in a row, and there were only 2 positions left in front of Soren. Although these 2 places weren't the best, they should be the easiest places to build town. Soren didn't have thousands of professionals under his command. In other words, he couldn't even compare to the small and medium-sized guilds in his previous life. After all, most of the people who explored the sea were Tier 3. Soren's subordinates who were Tier 3 and above were all pirate leaders. His only advantage was his high combat power. With his and Vivian's strength, they could easily crush ordinary enemies. Island, sea route, natural port, coastal location. Exploring the sea wasn't something that could be done by just drawing a map. That was a suicidal act. This world was relatively barren. Although there were things that could do the same thing as excavators, they had to be top-notch in terms of combat power. Otherwise, they would have to rely on wizard spells such as stone to mud and mud to stone. Soren's core development depended on sea trade, so a natural port was a necessary part. The location must be near the sea to facilitate transportation. Next was the sea route. The sea route must be relatively safe and avoid dangerous areas. It would be best if there were islands or transit stations nearby to replenish fresh water. After all, it would take 7 to 8 days to cross the sea. After all, the outer islands were still in the sea. A round trip would take at least half a month. Looks like I can only go to both places. Soren put away the nautical chart and was about to get up and look at other things. But at this time, there was a rush of footsteps outside. Then, a maid ran over and said intermittently, "Sir, sir." She woke up. Soren was stunned when he heard this. Then, he showed a hint of surprise. Soren didn't care about anything else. He didn't even go through the door and directly jumped out of the window. Then, he turned into a blur and rushed toward the room in the courtyard. "Brother." As soon as Soren entered the room, Vivian called out to him. However, her expression seemed to be a little tired. She sat up on the bed and rubbed the corners of her eyes with her small white hands. As if she was still half asleep, she asked, "How long have I been sleeping?" He felt like he had slept for a long time again. 5 days. Soren looked at her carefully and asked, "Vivian, how do you feel?" The little girl raised her small hand to cover her mouth and murmured, "I actually slept for so long again? Oh, I don't know either. I just feel a little tired and want to sleep again." "Still want to sleep?" Soren's expression froze for a moment before he whispered, "Are you dreaming?" What did he dream of? Dream? The little girl seemed to have remembered something. Her cute little face showed a look of reminiscence. She even bit her finger a little. After Soren frowned and removed her finger from her mouth, she stuck out her tongue. The little girl sometimes bit her finger. This habit occasionally appeared. She tilted her head and murmured, "I dreamed of a monster that looked like a giant octopus." "Brother, that giant octopus was so hard to kill. I smashed it into pieces, but I still couldn't kill it completely. Oh, in the end, there was no other way. I could only roast it and eat it." "Eat it?" Soren's expression was a little silly, but he quickly recovered. The dream was just the evolution of the battle between the divine will. Vivian didn't really eat a trace of Dagon's divine will. Instead, it evolved into the dream of eating it during the process of devouring it. However, it seemed that the little girl had indeed grown a lot. From the point that she could fuse with external divinities, her potential was really unpredictable. How much divinity did the Swamp King have? According to Soren's estimation and the results of the data analysis, the Swamp King's divinity should not be as high as that of the Son of Fear. After all, the latter had the bloodline of the Son of Fear. The Swamp King just received a trace of divinity in the blasphemy ceremony of the ultimate abyssal demon, Lord Dagon. Therefore, if the Son of Fear's divinity value was about 3 points, then the Swamp King's divinity value must be below 3 points. It was just that it had lived longer and its strength was higher than that of the Son of Fear. Then, the Swamp King's divinity value should be about 1 to 2 points, and the possibility of 2 points was very high. Vivian used less than a week to complete the fusion of 2 points of divinity. This speed was not slower than many demigods. Even if someone succeeded in killing a god in the future, the speed of absorbing and fusing divinity would definitely not be faster than her. Divinity was the most difficult part of the divine power to fuse because this power was difficult to be deprived. But other divine powers, such as the Shard of Divinity, were easy to fuse. In the future, many new gods relied on the Shard of Divinity to ascend. Their divinity was at most the level of lesser divinity. The Shard of Divinity was a power that was easy to control. As long as you killed a saint who was the incarnation of a god, you could get a part of the Shard of Divinity. If you mastered some special abilities, or even understood the power of the laws of the gods, then you could get a complete Shard of Divinity. In Soren's memory, there was a person who fused with lesser divine power once. The so-called lesser divine power was the lesser Shard of Divinity, and divine power was just the energy stored inside the Shard of Divinity. Most of the divine power level referred to the shard of divinity. Because divine power was a power value, after the prayers of believers were converted into divine power value. This divine power value was the same as the mana value after the collapse of the magic net. Vivian couldn't help but stretch after she finished speaking. The little girl stretched her little arms and legs. Then she crawled into Soren's arms like a cat. Her little head rubbed against Soren's chest. Then she closed her eyes again and fell asleep in just a few seconds. It seemed that she had used up too much energy to defeat the ancient Abyss Lord Dagon's divine consciousness. She actually fell asleep so quickly. This time, Soren felt a lot more at ease because Vivian was not in danger now. She was just too tired after the spiritual battle. This sleep lasted for another 2 days. When the little girl woke up from her exhaustion, Soren had already arranged everything and was ready to leave for the Outer Islands. Soren did a lot of preparation work for this trip to the Outer Islands, including food and medicine on 2 ships, weapons and tools on 1 ship, and about 300 slaves. Some of these slaves came from the mainland, some from the Outer Islands, and some were even the children of the slaves. Although Soren's plan required a large number of slaves to realize, the first step of development was not to bring too many slaves because they needed to consume food and manpower to manage them. If there were any diseases or accidents, these slaves would die one by one, and Soren would suffer a great loss. This was the first batch of slaves. As Soren's coolies to develop the Outer Islands, he would only send the second batch of slaves after the development of the Outer Islands was successful. For this operation, Soren mobilized a total of 3 large warships, 3 large cargo ships, and a ghost ship. However, the ghost ship was hidden at the bottom of the sea, and other people basically did not know the existence of this ship. Soren did not intend to spread the news of him controlling the ghost ship. Only the pirates who had experienced the battle with the Swamp King would occasionally say that they saw His Excellency Throat Cutter summoning the ghost ship. Anyway, this thing should be kept a little mysterious. Poor Tylon. Soren stood on the bow of the ship and looked into the distance, and then ordered the fleet to set off. With the command of his men, 6 large ships set sail. There were many observers near the dock. Some were curious, some were happy, some were relaxed, and some were gloating. Anyway, many people were curious about Soren's fleet to go to the Outer Islands. In this regard, Soren did not care at all, because whether or not he could rise in the future in the Avatar crisis depended on whether or not he could achieve something with this vote. Chapter 242. On the 3rd day of quitting smoking, I coughed up thick phlegm in the morning. It's very uncomfortable. Today it's even worse. Under the blue sky, Soren looked a little thin, but full of strength as he stood on the Dragonhead warship. He held a curved sword in each hand, and his body was slightly squatted down like a taut bowstring. He seemed to be listening to something with his back facing the others. Behind him was Adele Isabella, who was moving at high speed. The red-haired female pirate was also holding a sword in both hands. She constantly changed her position around Soren, as if looking for his flaws and opportunities to attack. Time passed little by little, as if she felt that there were no obvious flaws. The red-haired female pirate shouted and rushed over. At the same time, she waved her 2 swords and slashed towards Soren's shoulder. The other sword directly slashed toward his throat. Dang, dang, dang. Soren made his move in an instant. The curved sword in his hand turned into a cold light, blocking Adele Isabella's attack. At the same time, he slashed back. The opponent had dodged with an unusually agile speed, and at the same time, slashed towards Soren's abdomen. At this time, Soren's movements seemed to be a little slow. Not only did the red-haired female pirate slash his abdomen, but it also tore his clothes and made a bloody mark. But he did not hesitate. Almost after being attacked by the opponent, he immediately rolled and dodged. At the same time, he slashed towards Adele Isabella's ankle. Dang, dang, dang. Continuous parries sounded. Soren took 3 steps back, and another bloody mark appeared on his shoulder. On the other side of the warship, A man with a scar on the side of his face watched the battle on the Dragonhead warship not far away. His expression was a little surprised and puzzled. "Your Excellency, are you going easy on that woman?" Otherwise, with his Excellency throat cutter's skills, how could he not even beat that bad-tempered woman? "I don't think that woman is much stronger than us, right?" This was a pirate leader. Soren picked out the good fighters from the surviving men and promoted them to the level of a small pirate leader. No. Standing next to him was a half-elf. The half-elf was also watching the battle on the Dragonhead warship. He said lightly, "His Excellency Throat Cutter didn't let Adele Isabella win. How is this possible?" The scarred man who asked the question first said, "Don't think that I can't understand anything just because I'm not as good as you. In any case, I participated in the battle against the Swamp King and killed 5 enemies with my own hands. The strength of His Excellency Throat Cutter is not something that the red-haired woman can handle. If he didn't let her go, I'm afraid that woman would be defeated within 3 moves." The half-elf glanced at him and calmly said, "Your Excellency did not let her win. It's just that you've been fighting with your eyes closed." Fight with his eyes closed? Hearing the half-elf's words, the other pirate leaders nearby couldn't help but quiet down. Then one by one, they looked over there. There was still a lot of distance between the 2 ships. Others only saw Soren fighting with a red-haired female pirate, but they couldn't see that Soren had been fighting with his eyes closed. Only the half-elf's first mate had sharper eyes. He saw that Soren had never opened his eyes from beginning to end. He's really fighting with his eyes closed. A bald pirate with a fierce face scratched his scalp with a hook and said incredulously, "His Excellency Throat Cutter is so powerful with his eyes closed. Is he training some powerful combat skills?" No one answered, because others couldn't understand why Soren was fighting with Adele Isabella with his eyes closed. Dang, dang, dang. It was yet another round of confrontation. As Adele Isabella's round of continuous attacks ended, the 2 of them could not help but distance themselves. The red-haired female pirate noticed that Soren made a gesture, so she immediately stopped her plan to continue attacking. She stood in front of Soren and waited quietly. This was the 3rd time this kind of combat training, and the man in front of her actually wanted to fight with her with his eyes closed. At first, she thought he was joking, but later she realized that he was serious. And he really had the ability to fight with her with his eyes closed. Blind battle. Soren took a breath and slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the red-haired female pirate in front of him, then nodded slightly and said, "That's it for today." After that, he picked up a towel and wiped the sweat and blood on his body. The battle was for real. Soren did have wounds on his body, but they were not that serious. He was a person who believed in actual combat experience. Training could only be improved the most in actual combat. As for the injuries on his body, it was a small matter. Anyway, he also had a very strong regeneration ability. It would take 5 or 6 days for the fleet to reach the Kelp Islands. He was not going to waste this time. Every day, he would fight with the red-haired female pirate regularly to train his other abilities. Because Soren had obtained a lot of information during this period of time. A row of data appeared in front of him. Combat experience. You have successfully launched a special combat skill. You have learned something in battle. In training, you have mastered new combat skills. You have obtained some information about sword form, spinning strike. Combat experience. With combat training, your combat skills have gradually improved. You have obtained some information about dual-wielding defense. Combat experience. With combat at sea, your combat ability in the sea environment has improved, and your ability to balance against the bumps of the ship has improved. You have obtained some information about sea combat. Combat experience. Through the repeated training, you've comprehended a unique combat technique. You have learned the ability dual wielding. Combat experience. As you train and temper yourself, you've grasped some special combat techniques. You have obtained some information about the ability blind battle. There were a total of 5 information prompts. Perhaps it was because Soren had recently been leaning towards accumulating strength, all the information about skills appeared in one breath today. The most important one was the ability dual wielding. Soren had received this information prompt twice. In order to master this ability, he had spent a lot of energy. Then there was the information prompt of sword form, spinning strike. This prompt appeared because Soren had carefully observed Adele Isabella's battle and learned the spinning strike technique she used. According to this progress, it should not take too long to learn it. Then there was the ability dual-wielding defense. This ability had appeared once in the Battle of the Swamp King. It was an accident that it appeared now. Therefore, the main purpose of Soren's training this time was to master the ability blind battle. In order to practice blind battle skills, he closed his eyes and fought. However, this also reduced his ability to grasp the enemy's position. He could not completely determine the enemy's position, so he had to turn to a defensive battle. He could find the enemy's position through the enemy's attack and then launch a counterattack. As a result, he did not expect to train the combat skill dual-wielding defense. Soren did not receive the information prompt of blind battle, but he received its information prompt first. I finally mastered dual wielding. Soren looked at his own data display and could not help but let out a long sigh. After mastering dual wielding, I should be able to level up my profession and further strengthen my ability. Ability points were very precious. If time allowed, it was better to train the relatively simple basic abilities by himself and then use the ability points to level them up. Otherwise, it would be a waste to waste the ability points on those basic abilities. After all, some abilities could be mastered by oneself as the number of battles increased. Maybe it was because his combat experience was getting richer, or maybe it was because Soren's accumulation of experience had reached a certain level. Recently, the speed at which he received information prompts was obviously much faster than before, and the effect of training some basic abilities was very good. Phew. Just as Soren was about to take a break to level up his profession and then think about which ability to level up, there was a sudden commotion on the cargo ship next to him. It was followed by the shouts of the sailors and some chaotic noises. The noise made Soren frown. Then, he lightly jumped and directly landed on the deck of the ship. Something seemed to have happened here. Soren could only temporarily give up on leveling up his profession and come over to take a look. After all, there were no battles happening for the time being. What's going on? He landed on the deck and looked at the sailors in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "What happened? Why is it so noisy?" Hearing Soren's deep voice, the sailors on the cargo ship were obviously afraid and shrank back a little. The named throat cutter was now able to stop children from crying at night in the South Coast area. When he saw Soren, he was obviously a little scared. It was a brave sailor next to him who answered, "Your Excellency, throat cutter." Below, there's a slave down there who's sick. We're worried that it's a contagious disease. We're going to throw him into the sea, but a slave is protecting him and won't let us get close. Disease? When Soren heard this word, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It wasn't a joke to encounter a disease while out at sea. Even a profession might not be able to withstand it sometimes. In the case of sailing at sea, contagious diseases were indeed a nightmare. It could eventually lead to the infection of the entire ship. Therefore, when encountering such a situation, most people would throw the infected person into the sea, especially the infected person among the slaves. In order to prevent all the slaves from being infected, they might even execute the infected slave. The medical skills in this world weren't very good. Doctors were good at sword wounds. In terms of treating diseases, other than magic, Drool was more proficient in herbs. Here, the most common treatment for illness was to resist it. If you could resist it, you would live. If you couldn't resist it, then there was no other way. Although priests could cure most diseases, ordinary people simply couldn't afford to pay the incomparably expensive price. Even the priests of good gods wouldn't help others without paying in return. There were too many people in this world who were suffering, and they simply couldn't help all of them. Take me to have a look. Soren was still quite concerned about this group of slaves. These slaves were the main labor force when he opened up the sea. If they all died of diseases at sea, then it would be really troublesome. As soon as his voice fell, A sailor beside him immediately bowed and let him down. The slaves were locked up in the cabin. As soon as Soren entered the cabin, he smelled a foul stench. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Then he saw a large group of slaves locked in cages. They were huddled together in a dark pile. The place where they slept was also filled with their own feces. The whole place was stinky. As slaves, their living conditions must be terrible. But in such an environment, it was no wonder that some of them fell sick. Your Excellency, the supervisor who was dealing with this matter immediately bowed his head respectfully when he saw Soren. Then he lifted his leg and kicked the subordinate next to him. He smiled and said, "Sorry to disturb you, Your Excellency. I deserve to die. But there is a slave here who has a disease. I'm worried that he will infect others. Originally, I was going to throw him into the sea, but another slave said that his disease wasn't contagious. This lowly guy protected him and didn't let us go. In the end, we could only teach them a lesson. Since Your Excellency is here, Your Excellency, I would like to ask Your Excellency how to deal with them." These slaves were Soren's property. The supervisor in front of him was only helping him transport them. He was the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, to please him. So when he saw Soren, he wanted to ask how to deal with these two slaves. No. A rather sturdy-looking male slave raised his head. He seemed to have some northern blood in him. He begged with a voice that was mixed with dialect. "Your Excellency, my brother doesn't have the plague. He's just a little uncomfortable. He definitely won't infect anyone else. I've already taken care of him for 3 days before boarding the ship. But it wasn't as serious as it is now. You see, I'm completely fine now. He won't infect anyone else. I beg you, don't throw him into the sea." Bang, bang, bang. The male slave, who looked like a northern, hurriedly kowtowed. His forehead was soon bleeding, but his arms were still tightly protecting the young man next to him. He seemed to be afraid that they would take the young man away and throw him into the sea. There were basically no doctors on the sea. At most, there would be someone who had learned medicine. There were very few ways to treat this kind of disease. Many times, when people encounter diseases on the sea, they could only use simple treatment and rely on their own body to resist it. Regarding the situation in front of him, Soren didn't have the slightest sympathy on his face. He wasn't a person who was overflowing with sympathy. He glanced at the northern slave in front of him indifferently, then motioned to the person next to him to pull him away. The slave seemed to be a little afraid of Soren, but he still hugged the young man next to him tightly. Soren glanced at him and saw the unconscious young man in his arms. The young slave's face was very pale, almost without a trace of blood. His breathing was also very weak. His lips were sickly red, and he seemed to have a high fever. The surface of his skin was unnaturally dark green. "Take off his clothes." Soren frowned and looked at him, then ordered the others. The two sailors next to him hesitated for a moment, then carefully approached. The slave seemed to want to stop them, but he was directly kicked down. Then they stripped the sick slave of his clothes. When the slave took off his clothes, they were frightened and took a few steps back. This was because there were more than 10 fingernail-sized pustules on the slave's back. Some of these pustules had already rotted, revealing the dark yellow pus inside. There were other pustules like this on his body, but the size was not as obvious as the one on his back. "Mang plague." The supervisor jumped up in fright and took 5 or 6 steps back. He stopped and shouted with a pale face, "Hurry up and throw him in. Send someone to get lime. Hurry up and sprinkle lime here. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take that guy. No, no, no. Throw those 2 guys into the sea." The supervisor seemed to be frightened. After a while, he remembered that Soren was also here. He quickly bowed his head and wiped off his cold sweat. "Your Excellency, that slave seems to have Mang plague. It was a terrifying plague. This disease is contagious. Unless there's a priest who uses magic, ordinary medicine can't treat it at all. If you get this disease, your whole body will rot in the end, and you'll die a horrible death." His words made the nearby sailors nervous, and they all looked at Soren in front of them. They seemed to be waiting for his order. On the other side, Vivian's petite figure came out of the cabin. She was wearing a snow-white princess dress. She raised her small hand and rubbed the corner of her eyes, then stretched her body. She looked at the red-haired female pirate next to her and asked, "Where's my brother? Why don't I see him?" "Your Excellency is on that ship," Adele replied, slightly bowed. As the #1 pirate leader under Soren, she naturally knew the position of the little girl in front of her in Soren's heart. Even the other pirate leaders knew that she was very important in the eyes of Soren. Therefore, no one dared to neglect her. Not to mention that when Vivian occasionally used magic, she would make them feel unfathomable. Over there, the little girl looked up at the sun, then tied up her hair. Her lips moved slightly, and her small body flew up and landed directly on the deck of the opposite cargo ship. At this time, she just heard crying and pleading from below the cabin. Chapter 243. This is the 4th day of quitting smoking. I'm currently in the state of smoking cessation syndrome. It's quite uncomfortable. I clench my teeth and continue to persevere. Today there are 2 more. Mang disease? Soren's expression was not very good. He was not very clear about the diseases in this world because professionals had a strong resistance, especially non-supernatural diseases. Many professions were even completely immune to disease. Soren had 20 points of vitality in the past and now, which meant that the possibility of him contracting diseases was very low, so he did not pay much attention to the diseases in this world. However, he could ignore most of the diseases, but ordinary people in low-level professions would have a hard time. The young man in front of him was actually very seriously ill. He was clearly in a daze due to the fever. From the condition of his body and the spots of pustules on his back, Soren felt that this disease was a bit like the legendary smallpox. In fact, he had never seen smallpox before, nor had he contracted a similar disease. However, he had learned about smallpox in the past. This is a very serious disease belonging to a type of pox virus. After infection, the main symptoms are severe toxemia, chills, high fever, fatigue, headache, sore limbs, waist and back, convulsions and coma when the body temperature rises sharply. Patches, papules, herpes, and pustules will appear on the skin in batches, and finally scabs, and acne scars will be left. Smallpox was a highly contagious disease. The mortality rate for those who were not immunized was as high as 30%. Soren remembered the smallpox virus. Because this virus occupied a large part of history, his memory of the symptoms of smallpox was still relatively clear. The young slave in front of him had a disease that was similar to smallpox. However, the disease was concentrated on his back and limbs and did not grow to his face. At the same time, when the disease reached the stage of herpes, it would directly become pustules. From the current situation, the disease on his body was more severe than smallpox. This was because smallpox had an incubation period, after which it would gradually become more serious. But this group of slaves had only been on the ship for 2 days. All the slaves had undergone a simple inspection before they were shipped, just in case some of them were infected and spread the disease to others. However, it had only been 2 days, and the symptoms on his body had already started to show pustules that were beginning to rot. The situation did not seem optimistic. Everyone turned their attention to Soren. The slave who stopped the others from approaching the sick man realized that Soren was the one who would decide his brother's fate. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging, "Your Excellency, Master, I beg you, please save my brother. He really didn't have a contagious disease. Please don't throw him into the sea." Time ticked by. Soren pondered for about half a minute before he raised his head and said expressionlessly, "Throw the infected one into the sea." He ordered people to disinfect the entire place. Also, the person who was taking care of him was locked up alone to prevent him from infecting others. Let the slaves clean up the inside and prepare some boiling water for them. Everyone in the back must pay attention. If anyone else shows the same symptoms, inform me immediately. This illness seemed to be very troublesome. If it was really a virus similar to smallpox, then it would be a nightmare. Soren could not risk the lives of the entire fleet for a slave, so he thought for a moment and decided to deal with them in the most rational way. Following his order, the sailors on both sides quickly approached and prepared to throw the young man into the sea. Bang! The slave, who seemed to be his brother, tried to push the sailors away, but one of them directly punched him until he bent down. He seemed to have some combat experience, and his body was relatively strong. He did not fall down even after taking a hit, and he still stood in front of the unconscious young man. The nearby slaves looked on coldly. Many of them had fear and disgust in their eyes. Although they were slaves of the lowest status, they did not want to give up their lives. It was better to live than to die. Brother? At this moment, a clear child's voice sounded in the cabin. Vivian was wearing a snow-white princess dress. Her hair was tied into a single ponytail with a pink ribbon. She also wore a delicate pin on her chest. She then skipped down to the stinky cabin. As soon as she came in, the little girl could not help but cover her nose. She then put down her little hand naturally and smiled at Soren. She then ran over to him. She used to live in the slums, so she was able to adapt to the stench and filth of the environment. Vivian descended like a little angel. An ray of light appeared in the dark and stinky cabin. The others could not help but stare at her blankly. She then came to Soren's side and raised her small hand to hold Soren's finger. She then frowned slightly and said with a clear child's voice, "Brother, what happened to them? Is that person sick? He looks so pitiful." Soren held Vivian's little hand and then took a step back to protect her. Although the little girl was a child of fear and there was basically no possibility of her getting sick, Soren was still a little worried and did not let her get too close to the sick slave in front of her. The little girl tilted her head and glanced at him, then said, "It looks like he's really sick. What are they going to do? I just heard that they were going to throw him into the sea." "Brother, I seem to be able to cure his illness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thrown him into the sea, right?" As soon as Vivian's voice fell, the male slave who had been protecting the sick slave knelt down and then kowtowed desperately, begging her to save his brother. He now seemed to be holding the last life-saving straw. He did not even think that the little girl in front of him looked like she was only 8 or 9 years old. When the others heard this, they could not help but be stunned, especially the slaves in the cages. At this moment, they could not help but look at Vivian, who was like a little angel descending. Save him? Soren was stunned when he heard this. He looked down at the little girl in front of him and whispered, "Vivian, can you cure his illness?" Wizards did not seem to have any spells to cure diseases. That was a spell that only priests could master. There was a level 1 spell called Disease Suppression, which could delay the outbreak of the disease for 24 hours, but there was still no way to cure it. When wizards treated diseases, they also needed other potions. Necromancers studied diseases, but many of them did not seem to get sick at all. Soren really did not know that Vivian could cure diseases before. Stupid Vivian. Just when Vivian was about to treat the sick slave in front of her, Lillian's dissatisfied voice sounded in her mind. "What are you going to do? Just let that slave die. You want to use divine power to cast a divine spell to save him. Have you lost your mind? Divine power is so precious. Transforming it into a level 3 divine spell will consume a lot of it. What if we meet an enemy in the future? Don't mess around. Bastard, that's my divine power. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given you the right to use my divine power." Lillian was so angry that she stomped her feet. Unfortunately, she was not the one controlling the body today. The expression on Vivian's face was very calm, and there was a sweet smile on her adorable little face. Her expression didn't change at all, but she replied softly in her heart, "Lillian, it's okay. They look so pitiful, and casting a disease removal doesn't use much divine power." A strange light appeared. It was a light invisible to the naked eye and a pale golden light visible to the naked eye. The former appeared in Soren's eyes, while the latter was seen by the others. What Soren saw was Vivian casting a level 3 divine spell, disease removal, like an arcane spell. What the others saw was a pale golden light appearing on the little girl's white hand. The light revealed a sacred aura and power, and they could not help but feel awe, as if they had seen a miracle. The power of magic was so powerful. As Vivian cast a disease removal on the young slave in front of her, the disease on his body began to recover rapidly, especially the pustules that gradually began to rot. They were almost healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the power of magic could not fully restore his body, the disease on his body was completely cured. It was just that his body was weak because of the disease. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." The male slave in front of him looked at his younger brother, who was gradually waking up and regaining some color on his face. He immediately knelt down and kissed the ground under Vivian's feet. He did not dare to kiss the shoes of the angel-like little girl in front of him because he was afraid that he would profane her holiness. So, he could only kiss the ground under her feet to express his gratitude. The young man seemed to be gradually waking up. He looked at the others in front of him and then was pulled by his older brother to kowtow several times. The matter seemed to have been resolved. Vivian's spell cured the sick slave, and even the air around him seemed to have been purified. The little girl smiled obediently, and then she held Soren's hand and left. She did not know the names of the two slaves. She simply felt sorry for them and wanted to help them because Vivian was actually a very kind little girl. The two quickly left the cabin, and the sailors began to arrange for people to clean up. The slaves were still locked in small cages, but they had just remembered an angel-like little girl. She was a very kind-hearted little girl. She was even willing to use a mysterious spell to save a lowly slave. Although she was not the one who saved them, her actions made them feel good and grateful. However, today was only the first time they saw the little girl. Chapter 244. On the warship, Soren held Vivian's small body and landed on the deck. Both of them didn't care too much about what just happened. In Soren's eyes, it was just Vivian saving a slave, but in Vivian's eyes, she just helped a very pitiful person. Both of them didn't notice the changes in the slaves, especially the two slaves who were helped by Vivian. Their hearts were filled with gratitude for escaping death. The change wasn't obvious, but it was like a seed that had begun to sprout. Soren sat on the deck and whispered to Vivian. It was all simple things. Occasionally, the little girl would ask him a few tips on learning spells. Although Vivian's talent in spells was stronger than Soren's, her experience in fighting spellcasters was definitely not as good as Soren's. Fighting style was difficult to teach because wizards basically didn't have any fighting style. Their only style was to learn as much as possible about the opponent before the battle, collect information about the opponent's abilities, and then fully prepare for the battle. There was a saying that went like this: a prepared sorcerer is almost invincible. There were different ways to fight against different enemies. The real test of a spellcaster's ability was a sudden and unexpected battle. That was the critical moment when luck, experience, knowledge, and so on were tested. Soren's point of view on spells was similar to Gloria's. That was, a wizard must first master a large amount of knowledge, including humanities, geography, customs, elements, planes, domains, astrology, spirit, beliefs, and so on. This huge amount of knowledge could be the strongest backing, and when experience reached a certain level, it could be transformed into real power. At that time, a wizard's fighting ability would be formed. A fixed set of spell memories was not easy to use. For example, in the current sea environment, more than 70% of the spell memories had hidden dangers, and it was necessary to test one's ability to adapt. What Soren taught Vivian now was the knowledge of adapting to changing situations. It wasn't about which spells were better or which ones were more effective. Instead, it was about deciding the way to fight based on the environment. This was the core fighting philosophy of rogues, and also Soren's survival technique. Rogues couldn't beat warriors in a one-on-one fight, and they couldn't beat rangers in a long-range fight with bows and arrows. The most obvious characteristic of a good rogue was that they could adapt to any combat environment and always find the most advantageous way to fight. The so-called prepared adepts were also looking for the most advantageous way to fight. Vivian sat on Soren's lap and listened quietly. From time to time, she would tilt her head and frown as she pondered. There were some things that she didn't quite understand. After all, she was still too young, but that didn't stop her from memorizing them. Vivian's memory wasn't any worse than Soren's. She also had a photographic memory, and her ability to understand knowledge was much better than Soren's. Currently, she was limited by her age. Her mentality and thoughts were not fully mature yet, so she would occasionally have very childish thoughts. This was normal. If someone had a good memory and could recall things when they were 10 years old, they would definitely be sure that they were a naughty child at that time. Many of her thoughts were very childish, and her way of thinking was also limited. Soon it was noon. Adele Isabella came up with a bowl of base soup. The red-haired female pirate was a little strange recently. She actually thought of cooking for Soren. The group quickly finished a simple lunch. There weren't so many requirements for sailing at sea. The most important thing was to have a balanced nutrition and enough fresh water. Vegetables are the most important for long-distance sailing, and meat could be supplemented by fish. Vivian had been more sleepy recently. For some reason, she could currently sleep about 16 hours a day, which was several hours more than a normal child of her age. From the outside, the little girl seemed to be a little exhausted and a little dispirited. But Soren didn't know why she was exhausted. She didn't move much recently. The little girl quickly went to take a nap after filling her stomach. Before she left, she muttered something to herself. Unfortunately, Soren didn't hear anything. He couldn't read lips, so he didn't know what Vivian was muttering to herself. Therefore, there was never too much knowledge and skills. Soren didn't understand, so he just thought that the little girl was bored and mumbling. When children played games by themselves, it was easy for them to mumble something. After dealing with a lot of things, Soren finally had time to start upgrading his profession level. He had accumulated a lot of slaughter EXP, and he endured until now to upgrade his combat ability in one breath. Dual wielding, personal ability. In battle, you gradually learn how to use both hands to fight with two weapons at the same time. This is a very difficult combat skill to master. Only those who are very flexible with both hands can train it. However, after mastering this ability, you will attack faster than others in battle, although this will reduce your ability to hit the enemy. Number of attacks per round +1. Accuracy -2. Prerequisite for enhanced dual wielding, it didn't seem to be a very powerful combat ability. Yes, dual wielding wasn't very powerful. It could deal with weaker enemies, but if you were dealing with enemies of similar strength, using two weapons at the same time would greatly reduce your chances of attacking the enemy. What Soren valued was not dual wielding, but enhanced dual wielding, greater dual wielding, and legendary dual wielding. A row of data appeared in front of him. The Shadow Dancer profession has been upgraded to level 3. Received 27, DX 22 plus, INT 20 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 14. Profession HP 8 plus, Con 21 to 10, *0. 5. You've received the Shadow Dancer profession ability, Summon Shadow. You've received 1 free attribute point. You've received 1 ability point. With abundant slaughter EXP, Soren naturally prioritized upgrading the Shadow Dancer's level. The Shadow Dancer's level was calculated in the Rogue Profession level, but the highest level the Shadow Dancer could reach was Profession level 10. At that time, the Shadow Dancer profession will be maxed out. Many advanced professions had a profession level cap. For example, the Wizard's advanced profession, Archmage, could only be upgraded to level 5 at most. Summon Shadow, supernatural ability. Starting from Shadow Dancer profession level 3, the Shadow Dancer can summon a shadow to fight together. It is an undead shadow. Unlike ordinary shadows, this shadow cannot be dispelled, reprimanded, or commanded by others. This shadow is the Shadow Dancer's partner and can communicate with the Shadow Dancer clearly. Every time the Shadow Dancer levels up, the shadow partner will get +2 basic HP, up to 10 HP, equivalent to an ordinary warrior. Advanced professions had a strong reproductive ability. Although the Shadow Dancer consumed a lot of slaughter EXP to upgrade his profession level, he could learn a lot of supernatural abilities as his profession level increased. This Summoned Shadow was one of them. As the total profession level of the rogue increased to level 10, the slaughter EXP needed to level up suddenly skyrocketed to more than 75,000 points. The slaughter EXP would get higher and higher. It would skyrocket again when the rogue's total level reached level 15. The most difficult thing to enter the realm of legends was after profession level 15. Many people were stuck there and could not cross over for a lifetime. It required more than 2 million slaughter EXP to upgrade to the realm of legends, nearly half of which was between profession level 15 and profession level 20. One free attribute. Soren still allocated it to dexterity and increased it to 23 points. As for the skill points, there was no doubt that they were added to knowledge. He had almost reached the requirements of Sage. To be able to master abilities so quickly and continuously receive various information prompts, Soren felt that it had something to do with the improvement of his knowledge. Finally, this was the advanced ability that Soren was most concerned about: enhanced dual wielding. Enhanced dual wielding, personal ability. As the number of battles increases, you feel more comfortable with how to use weapons with both hands. You begin to feel the slight difference in the trajectory of the weapon's movement. When you launch an attack, you can continuously hit the enemy, leaving them with no chance to fight back. This kind of technique is still improving. You feel that you still have a lot of room for improvement, but this requires more from you. Number of attacks per round +2, accuracy -1, dexterity 16 points. Enhanced dual wielding. Soren unhesitatingly put his skill points into enhanced dual wielding. This ability required dexterity, and the more advanced it was, the more dexterity it required to master. This was only the prerequisite for dual wielding, and the increase in combat strength was not obvious. When he mastered greater dual wielding, that would be the time when he would truly explode. At that time, Soren would not have an accuracy penalty, and at the same time, the attack speed of his left hand would increase by 3, and the gap between the two hands would be further reduced. As for the final legendary dual wielding, it was also called perfect dual wielding. In simple terms, Soren's main hand could attack for a number of times, and his secondary hand could attack for the same number of times. Both his hands would become equally agile, and his attack speed and accuracy would be the same in battle. With legendary dual wielding, there would be absolutely no pressure for him to slash more than 10 times in a second. Using a sword to block bullets would be like child's play. That would be the time when he would truly be awesome. However, the final legendary dual wielding was very difficult to master. Any ability that started from legendary was extremely difficult to master. Chapter 245. After leveling up his Shadow Dancer profession, Soren still had more than 60,000 slaughter EXP left. In one breath, he put all the slaughter EXP into the wizard profession level, preparing to get one more attribute point. This was the last attribute point he could get in advance. Starting from wizard profession level 9, the slaughter EXP needed to increase their strength began to multiply. After wizard profession level 15, the slaughter EXP needed to level up was completely higher than any other profession. In the future, unless Soren could successfully kill a god, the speed of accumulating slaughter EXP would be far from enough. The wizard profession has leveled up to level 8. Received 25, INT 20 plus, INT 20 to 10, *0. 5, skill points, HP increased by 10, profession HP 4 plus, con 21 to 10, *05. Received 1 free attribute point. The wizard profession has leveled up to level 9. Received 25, INT 20 plus, INT 20 to 10, *0. 5, skill points, HP increased by 10, Profession HP 4 plus, Con 21 to 10, asterisk 05. Received 1 ability point, 1 attribute point at each level, and 1 ability point at each level. Without a doubt, Soren put the free attribute point into dexterity, pushing his dexterity to 24 points, and then put the ability he got into enhanced dual wielding. Although Soren wanted to use this ability point to master the wizard's metamagic ability, he thought about it and decided to put it into combat ability. The wizard's combat power was very strong, but it was a profession that consumed a lot of time, money, and energy. Soren didn't have enough time to learn spells, conduct research, and hone his casting skills. So his first combat priority was still in the rogue field, which he was most familiar with. The wizard's spells were only auxiliary to his combat ability. Greater dual-wielding, personal ability. With more and more combat experience, you have become more and more proficient in dual-wielding. You are already a master of dual-wielding. Even in the Underdark, there are not many people who are more powerful than you. Among 1,000 people who use dual weapons in battle, you could be ranked first. You have already grasped and comprehended the advanced technique of using dual weapons in battle. This allows you to use dual weapons in battle without any mistakes or penalties. Number of attacks per round +3. No hit penalty, 18 dexterity. I finally got advanced dual wielding. Soren looked around and walked to the edge of the ship. He held the 2 scimitars in his hands and lifted up a wooden plank. Clang! Rays of cold light flashed. Soren unsheathed his scimitars at the same time, and the wooden board was shrouded in the glint of his scimitars. By the time Soren finished a round of attacks and sheathed his scimitars, the wooden board had already turned into 12 pieces of wood that fell to the ground. He had slashed out a total of 8 times. His right hand had slashed out 5 times, and his left hand had slashed out 3 times. Since Soren hadn't mastered the legendary dual-wielding ability, he couldn't perfectly replicate the speed of his 2 hands. That was the limit of what he could do. Soren's current talent accumulation was not enough. At his peak, he could slash out 18 times in 1 round. Remark: 1 round refers to the speed of 1 second. In actual combat, one might not be able to maintain this speed. If you're interested, you can try it with a small knife. Ordinary people can also slash out 2 to 3 times in a second, but it's very difficult to go beyond that. After distributing the free attribute points and talent points, Soren focused his attention on the skill points. He had been holding back for so long, and finally he had reached the requirements to master the background ability Sage. God had opened his eyes. After enduring for so long, he had finally made it. In order to achieve the conditions of mastering Erudite, he didn't even invest much skill points into his rogue class skills. He relied entirely on his own battle experience to improve bit by bit, and the speed of improvement was really quite slow. Soren's current rogue skills had not even reached 50 points. If it wasn't for the background ability Sage, he would have already increased all his skills to more than 100 points. With the allocation of skill points, Soren's knowledge finally reached 250 points. A row of data also appeared. Special conditions triggered. Prerequisite ability, encyclopedic knowledge, achieved. The prerequisite of 250 literacy has been achieved. You have automatically received a new background ability, Sage. As soon as the data appeared, Soren couldn't wait to look at his new background ability. Sage background ability. Your knowledge has become more and more amazing. You know almost every field. As you accumulate more knowledge, you will be able to comprehend most things by analogy, and your learning speed will be several times faster than others. This is not only limited to knowledge, but also a variety of combat skills. You know how to calculate the weight axis of a weapon, how to calculate the time gap between casting spells, and use this to maximize its power. But you know more than this. The accumulation of knowledge has reached your current level, and it can be directly transformed into real power. Knowledge plus 10. Prerequisite. Have the ability encyclopedic knowledge, 250 knowledge. Prerequisite for the special ability Master of Knowledge. Prerequisite for the special ability Astral Traveler. Prerequisite for the special ability Dimension Explorer. This is Because he didn't have a spellcaster profession in the past, Soren's knowledge wasn't very high, and he didn't have the talent ability, encyclopedic knowledge. So when he saw the row of prerequisites, Soren couldn't help but be surprised. Among them, Master of Knowledge was needless to say. This was an advanced ability of Sage, but the last two hints seemed to be a bit amazing. Just by looking at the names, one could tell that it was very powerful. Especially Astral Traveler, this was a famous background ability. Many legendary wizards even had the background ability Astral Traveler, which was a legendary level background ability. As for the other Dimension Explorer, Soren didn't know much about it. After allocating knowledge, Soren still had 12 skill points left, so he simply added them to Sneak. Anyway, a rogue Sneak skill would never be too high. At this time, Soren's overall attributes were very different from the past. He had finally entered the level of powerful people. Name: Soren race, half-elf, son of slaughter. Attributes: Strength 14, +2, Agility 24, +1, Constitution 21, Intelligence 20, +1, Wisdom 15, Charm 18, +2, Alignment. Lawful Evil Profession. Level 10 Commoner. Level 7 Rogue, 063500. Level 3 Shadow Dancer, 075500. Level 9 Wizard, 068500. Grade 3. Health points, 254254 experience points, 3075 Slaughter EXP, 545 Profession EXP, unassigned skill points, none attribute points, none legend level, 21 divinity points, 9 status, normal basic skills. Sneak 185, Knowledge 250, Steal 45, Picklock 55, Snare 60, Focus 30, Negotiate 45, Appraise 30, Deceive 18, Threaten 42, Taunt 15, Perform 15, Listen 20, Dodge 85, Parry 25, Block 18, Heal 45, Search 20, Detect 25, Copy Scroll 25, Spell Identification 20, Survival 15. Use Magic Device 20, Cooking 30, Alchemy 15. Legendary Skills: Omnipotent Hands. Special Abilities: Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Killing Heart, Slayer, Ascetic, Scholar. Personal Abilities: Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Reflex Evasion, Nimble Movement, Evade Sight, Dark Vision, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Weak Cold Resistance, Greater Dual Wielding, Regeneration, Intermediate. Profession Abilities: Shadow Weave, Military Weapon, Proficiency, Curved Sword, Master. Combat Skills: Summon Shadow, Fearful Gaze Divine, Fear Divine, Shadow Strike, Shadow Jump, Counterspell, Sword Form, Heavy Hack, Sword Form, Behead. There were three main parts of combat power. The first was attribute points. One's attributes were the most direct combat power. People with high strength had high destructive power, people with high dexterity had high agility, people with high constitution had good endurance, and so on. The second was basic skills. This was a comprehensive ability in all kinds of situations, and it was also the area that determined one's most obvious weakness. Most of the time, basic skills couldn't be too low. If you didn't have enough parrying and blocking, you couldn't fight a tough battle. If your dodging ability was too poor, you would be finished if you encountered arrows. If you couldn't detect, listen, or survive in the wild, you would be a tragic figure. Even a kobold could successfully sneak up on you. As for your searching ability, if you were too poor, you wouldn't even be able to find the loot. Then there were other basic skills, such as acting, deception, and intimidation, which were very useful. When you were adventuring, you would also need to know how to negotiate, appraise, and heal. Therefore, basic skills that didn't seem to be very eye-catching were often things that could determine your fate. Finally, there was the ability. This was very time-consuming and difficult to train, but it was also the most powerful part of combat power. Theoretically speaking, most of the people who could kill other high-grade professions basically had a clear advantage in their ability. These three parts of strength, when combined, would be your overall combat power. In the process of fighting against the enemy, as long as you could form an advantage in one of these aspects, your chances of winning would be increased by a lot. Soren liked to estimate his chances of winning every time he took action. Most of the time, his chances of winning were calculated according to these three conditions. If there was no obvious chance of winning, he would give up in the end. Time passed little by little. Sailing on the sea was actually a waste of time, and most of the time, it was very boring. Soren used up most of his slaughter EXP in one breath, and then began to train his combat ability. Earning slaughter EXP was only a part of improving one's strength. Sharpening one's combat skills and mastering one's ability was also quite important. Adele Isabella was still Soren's training partner, but this time, Soren increased the difficulty. He directly covered his eyes with a black cloth. The blind battle ability was a very important special ability. It was very useful in many situations, so Soren had to master it in advance. Clang, clang, clang. The two quickly began to test each other's strength. Because Soren was blindfolded, most of the time he was on the defense. In the process of fighting against Adele Isabella, he was obviously at a disadvantage, but he didn't look like he was going to lose. On the contrary, as the number of battles increased, he gradually became invincible. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after he mastered the Sage ability, his whole mind seemed to have become clearer. He could actually summarize Adele Isabella's attack style, habitual attack skills, subconscious attack direction, and so on in the process of battle. He could even summarize the memory of the wind detection skill, including what sound represented what action. This wasn't an improvement in intelligence. In Soren's view, it should be that his calculation and summarization ability had been further strengthened. It was as if the accumulation of knowledge had reached a critical point and suddenly began to understand by analogy. In his mind, he could even speculate the direction of Adele's next attack. It felt a bit like danger sense. Clang, clang. A series of battle sounds rang out, and Soren gradually began to get used to it. Sometimes he could even counterattack the red-haired female pirate with the blind battle skills. In front of him, Adele obviously felt that the battle was getting more and more difficult. She gasped for breath, raised her hand to lift up her fiery red hair, and looked at Soren with eyes full of awe and disbelief. Her expression was as if she was looking at a monster. It wasn't that she had never seen a guy with amazing talent and a strong learning ability, but she had never heard of a person who could learn and grasp the ability to reach Soren's level. In the beginning, in order to master the blind battle skill, she spent nearly a year or two training. But how long did Soren take? Less than 3 days. According to this progress, in at most half a month, he would be able to master the blind battle skill. Received 3 information prompts. An afternoon of training quickly passed by. After today's training, Soren received a prompt for the second ordinary ability, Battle Experience. With each battle at sea, your combat ability in the sea environment has improved, and your ability to balance against the ship's bumps has increased. You have received some information about Battle at Sea. Perhaps it was because he hadn't accumulated enough. Soren only received a prompt for Battle at Sea, and the other abilities required further training. 2 days passed quickly. As the fleet gradually sailed towards the outer islands, they encountered more and more creatures along the way. They saw schools of swordfish, probably more than 100,000 of them. There was also a large group of flying scale fish that reflected the sparkling waves of the sea, as well as a large number of other fish. Because there were many dangerous sea creatures in the deep sea, fishermen rarely went into the sea to catch fish. There are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of fish moving around. Yesterday afternoon, Soren saw that the sea had turned red. He thought that he had encountered some kind of monster and was shocked for a moment. Then he found out that it was an uncountable number of lobsters. These lobsters were about the size of 3 fingers, which was a relatively common size in the current sea area. It was hard to tell how many lobsters there were, but there were sailors who threw a net into the sea and caught hundreds of red-shelled lobsters. The taste didn't seem to be anything special, and it wasn't much different from the lobsters he ate in his previous life. However, Their pincers were more powerful, and their strength was greater than the lobsters in his previous life. If they encountered a larger lobster, they could directly snap a person's finger. An unlucky sailor almost had his finger snapped by a large lobster. In the evening, Soren sat on the deck and cut the lobsters with his dagger. Most of these lobsters were about the size of 2 fingers, and some of them were especially large, reaching the size of a person's palm. The pirates below caught more than 10 lobsters and hurriedly sent someone to bring them to Soren to please him. Then Soren turned around and made roasted lobsters. At this moment, he was feeding Vivian, whose mouth was full of oil. The little girl was eating very happily today, because this was made by her brother, and because her brother's cooking was really delicious. Soren was rich. Naturally, he could use those expensive seasonings. When cooking, there were only 3 key points: ingredients, seasonings, and cooking skills. Soren now had good ingredients, expensive seasonings, and good cooking skills. Naturally, the food he made wouldn't taste bad. The little girl ate 2 lobsters in a row, and then she rubbed her round little belly with satisfaction. But at this time, the lookout on the ship next to them let out a suppressed cry of alarm and shouted, "Sea monster! There's a sea monster!" A commotion broke out. Then, a huge shadow appeared in the distance. The shadow was hiding under the sea, and it looked like a giant squid. It seemed to be more than 50 meters long. It really was a sea monster. Cries of alarm came from all directions, and then many people nervously looked at Soren's position. "Calm down." Soren stood at the bow of the ship and said in a deep voice, "Let's go over like this. Don't make any moves." The distance between them was getting closer and closer. The sea monster was really a giant squid. It was about 60 meters long, and its huge body was a little scary. It obviously noticed the fleet in front of it, and it even circled around Soren. Then, as if it felt something, it avoided the fleet in front of it and swam past them about 100 meters away. There was no accident, so there was no battle. The 2 sides just brushed past each other. Soren watched the sea monster leave, but he thought to himself, "It seems that the blessing of the sea goddess is very effective." This was the first sea monster they encountered. In the next 2 days, they encountered another 2 sea monsters, but they didn't attack them. On the 5th day of the voyage, they were finally close to their destination, and Soren began to see scattered islands. They were almost at the outer islands. The 5th day of quitting smoking. Maybe it's because I'm always feeling uncomfortable, but it should be over in 2 days. I forgot who said it would be a lot better after 7 days. A 5,000-word chapter. Chapter 246. The Outer Islands. The geographical environment of this area was a bit special because it originally belonged to a continent. Later on, a large area of the continental plate collapsed and sank, causing the geography of the area to become like this. From the map, it was a bit like the place near Singapore after the Spratly Islands, but there were more scattered islands than the continental plate. The largest one was the territory of the Amazons, followed by the base camp of the indigenous people, and many large and small islands scattered in the sea. As he entered the area of the outer islands, Soren's face became dignified. The environment of this area was a bit like a tropical rainforest area, full of unknown dangers. Although the islands didn't attract much attention, the challenge difficulty of these islands were all level 9 and above. In other words, even a group of adventurers around grade 3 could be wiped out on some of these islands. There were a lot of unknown and terrifying creatures here. Some of them were even small, but they were more dangerous than the dragon subspecies. Moreover, there were also prehistoric pythons that were quite difficult to deal with. Some of them had a challenge rating of 15 and above. Basically, they were almost the same as dragons. Soren didn't have the slightest intention to explore these islands. Some of these places even the indigenous people wouldn't easily go near, so he naturally didn't want to explore these dangerous places. His destination was a large island in front of him. If he remembered correctly, There was an island with a diameter of more than 500 square kilometers in front of him, and there were other islands next to it. This was Soren's first stop. If it was suitable, he would set up a camp here. This was because the places he chose had natural harbors. Another 2 days passed, when Soren saw a towering mountain in front of him and a cliff standing on the coastline. He finally knew that he had arrived at his destination. There were many seagulls in front of him, and he could see a dense forest in the distance. There was a thick layer of bird droppings on the ground. The nearby islands were the resting places of migratory birds, so there was a huge amount of bird droppings accumulated here for thousands of years. Don't underestimate these bird droppings. They were a very precious resource, because in simpler terms, these bird droppings accumulated over time and covered the ground, and they could be refined into the best fertilizer. Soren chose this place as a base not only because of the geographical advantage. Stop here. Soren looked at the others, then shifted his gaze to a spot on the cliff. There was a metal cross there, and there seemed to be white bones on it. This white bones was once a very famous pirate king. Later, he fell into the hands of the enemy and was directly nailed to death by cruel torture. His ghost appeared there, but it could only be encountered at a specific time. He would make a very difficult request to the others, and if it was completed, he would be able to obtain his treasure. The Pirate King's soul seemed to have special requirements to meet his soul in the spiritual realm. Soren wasn't interested in accepting such a quest, even though the difficulty of this quest was almost legendary tier. He looked at the others and said, "You guys stay here. Adele, Isabella, Humpback Whale, Hulk, the few of you, follow me to the island to take a look." A small fast boat was released. Soren quickly brought a few people to the island. Perhaps it was because there were very few outsiders here. When they just set foot on the island, birds actually flew all over the sky. There seemed to be some noise in the distance, but it soon calmed down. The town could be built in this area, but it was only relatively safe. Soren naturally wouldn't be naive enough to think that there were no enemies here. He didn't go too deep into the jungle, but came to a flat land south of the cliff. This was a natural flatland, and it was also the place where others found it and built a town. There were some white stones in the woods, and they were very brittle to the touch. They broke when you pinched them. Soren picked up a piece and smelled it, and then there was a smile on his face. The others also picked it up curiously and smelled it, but immediately threw it away with a face full of disgust because it smelled like feces and urine. These pirates couldn't see the value of these stones, but for Soren, they were the most important wealth, even more valuable than a gold mine. This place was actually an inexhaustible gold mine. It was just that the Aborigines did not know how to make use of it. Guano stone, a kind of, or also known as bird and beast feces. The accumulated feces and corpses of birds, bats, and seals are a kind of high-quality fertilizer. Soren's mind was filled with the knowledge that he had learned before. The location of this island near the forest was the accumulation point of guano stones. Because it was in an area where migratory birds migrated, it was unknown how many guano stones had accumulated over thousands of years. 3 feet deep into the ground was the raw material of high-quality fertilizer. However, these were not the only valuable things here. Soren carefully looked around, then put his hands on the hilt of his sword, and gestured to the few people behind him, and said in a deep voice, "Pay attention. There may be monsters around here." He gradually moved forward along the flat land, and as his eyes got higher and higher, the terrain began to become a high slope. Then there was a red land in front of him. There were some active beasts nearby, but when they saw Soren, they immediately fled. These beasts felt the dangerous aura from them, and even a cheetah was scared and ran into the forest. Soren used his curved sword to cut the soil, then reached out and pinched the red soil in his hand, and then threw it on the ground with a smile on his face. It was indeed clay. In his memory, the town that was built here was built with red bricks. He didn't know what kind of craftsmanship was used, but in just 3 months, a brick house was built and a large wall was cut out. Bricks had begun to appear in ancient Rome, and when humans fired pottery, they had tried to fire other things with clay. Soren knew a little about the craft of making porcelain, so the requirements of firing red bricks were too simple for him. However, the most important point was how to increase the production. The construction technology in this world was quite advanced, but mass production was not widespread. Most of the high-end products were made by spellcasters. Soren still didn't know how that group of people burned so many bricks in a short time. But it didn't matter. That group of people began to develop overseas after the Avatar crisis, and he was now 2 years ahead of them. Even if he lacked a little technical advantage, he could still develop on a larger scale first. "What are you doing, sir?" A guy with a big head, who looked like a big-headed doll but had a ferocious face, stood at the back and whispered. He's looking at the rocks and the soil. "Are you looking to see if this place is suitable for farming? The land overseas is wasteland, and even if you want to reclaim it, it will take several years to become mature. Don't look at me like that. Before I became a pirate, I also plowed the land for several years." The appearance of a pirate was strange, and it basically had nothing to do with their appearance. He noticed that the others were looking at him strangely, and couldn't help but laugh. "Don't look at me when I cut off heads. In fact, I'm also quite good at farming." Soren didn't pay attention to the back. He walked all the way to the top of the high slope, then looked down at the flat land in the distance, and then calculated the size and distance of the space in his mind. Maybe it was because of his powerful calculation ability, or maybe it was because of the data simulation. He actually built a rough town model in his mind. This place could accommodate the development space of a medium-sized city. Don't underestimate the guilds that developed overseas in his previous life. Many of them were professional talents, and the place they chose naturally had many comprehensive advantages. On the other side, the half-elf first mate stood on the bow of the ship. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something. He couldn't help but look down at the bottom of the sea. The person next to him asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" He stared at the bottom of the sea for a while, then shook his head gently and said, "Nothing. I just saw something just now." Time ticked by. About 2 hours later, Soren finally finished inspecting the nearby area, and then came back with the others. He had made a decision in his heart. Although he still had 2 spare places that he hadn't seen, Soren was already very satisfied with this place. The location of the other 2 places was a bit remote, and it was still a day or 2 away from here. If he wanted to develop overseas, he must rely on the resources of the mainland. Therefore, the closer the route, the better. It would also be easier to transport other materials. This location, whether it was a natural port, geographical advantages, land resources, etc., could be regarded as a first-class place in the outer islands. And there was another advantage here. That was, the location was relatively far away from the Amazon's range of activity, and it was not near the indigenous people's base camp. Because the island was not very large, there were not many indigenous people who migrated here. In the outer islands, generally, the larger the island, the fiercer the competition was because it was a large territory. On the contrary, small islands had insufficient space for development, and sometimes there were no indigenous people living there. The island in front of him was neither big nor small. It was just right. There was room for development, and it was not too eye-catching. Disembark. Soren's face finally showed a smile, and he said in a deep voice, "Ship all the materials down and arrange for people to camp on the flat land in front." He was ready to enclose the land here. It's not easy to quit smoking. On the 6th day, my mental state has been very difficult recently, and this plot is being written slowly, so there may be fewer updates. Developing overseas is not a casual encirclement. It's a suicidal act. There are actually a lot of foreshadowing in this plot, and many things must be explained clearly. Finally, in 2 days, I will announce a big event full of positive energy to you. Mwah. Wait until I get through this period, then I will explode. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. As it's the primary source of revenue, that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.